but I feel it right now.
Recording in.
Welcome to the Board of Education regular meeting in person and available via Zoom. I'd like to call to order the open session for this evening. I'd like to ask Student Board Member Faruqi to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Student Board Member Faruqi. Good evening, everyone. We'll begin with introductions of board members and staff. My name is Adam Escoto. I'm the president of the board, and we'll go to my right.
Good evening and welcome, Nancy Altman, Vice President.
Good evening, Sarah Northrop Gaddis, trustee.
Good evening, all. Welcome, students. For those of you earning your civics points tonight on Zoom and here, Mary Patterson, board clerk and trustee.
Buenas noches a todos. Bienvenidos. Iván Rosales Montes, trustee.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. John Horner, trustee.
Good evening. I'm student board member Mariam Faruqi.
Kelly Schrieffer, executive assistant to the superintendent.
Good evening, Carmen Garcia, superintendent. I'd like to address our Spanish-speaking audience. Miembros de la comunidad de habla hispana, tenemos traducción simultánea. Por favor, hagan clic en el icono del mundo debajo de la pantalla. Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros.
Good evening, buenas noches. Diana Jimenez, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services.
Good evening, Kubrick Chang, Assistant Superintendent of Business.
We'll now move to approve tonight's agenda. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to move to approve the agenda.
Thank you, Trustee Patterson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Montes. All those, excuse me, Student Board Member Faruqi, how do you vote?
Aye.
Colleagues, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. With closed session action report. Item E, closed session action report, parent-student challenge to the district's response to retention requests, Education Code 48070.5. Board unanimously denied the challenge to retain. Now we'll move on to item F, recognitions and presentation. Barrett Elementary School presentation, Principal Callahan and the Barrett Elementary School staff will present to the board. Good evening, Ms. Callahan.
Good evening to all of you. Thank you for that on.
You see a little green light. Push the button and there's a little green light.
All right, I think we got it. I'm Mary Alice Callahan. Good evening, board members and executive cabinet and all parties who are here with us tonight, either in person or on Zoom. I'm the principal of Barrett Elementary. This is Crystal Martin, the assistant principal of Barrett Elementary, and our fabulous custodian, Sylvia Ortega. We're happy to tell you a little bit about our school. It's a happy, wonderful place, and we're happy to have any visitors anytime. Go ahead and go to the next slide. We are 67% Hispanic at our school. We are relatively evenly enrolled across the grades except in TK. We only have one TK class this year. And we serve a significant population of free and reduced lunch qualified students. 67% of our population is eligible for that. And they are wonderful fabulous kids. Next slide. We also have a very dedicated and long-serving staff. Very seldom do we have openings at our staff. We have 21 teachers, 14 of whom have master's degrees. We have 3 additional credentialed support staff, and we have 24 classified staff in a variety of jobs, from paraprofessionals to custodians to an amazing library assistant. Next slide. Our focus goal is that all students, including students identified as homeless or with disabilities according to the CASP dashboard, will meet or exceed typical growth measures on iReady reading and math assessments by the spring of 2025. iReady was fairly new to us. It's fine to move ahead. New to us last year, so we had no idea how to pick a goal and how much we could achieve. We're happy to say that math, which has been a focus area for us, we have 4% more kids starting out this year on grade level than we did last year. If you look at the graph, yellow at the beginning of the year says it's 1 year behind, but it is measuring, do you know that grade standards at the beginning of the year? And so the answer is usually no, because they haven't learned those standards yet. But we are just over 50% in reading and just under 50% in math, but we have increased those percents by 4% over the last year, which we're very happy about. Next slide. And just so that you can see, one of the things that we went back and did this year was we looked at every class to see how many people, how many grades made the growth, typical growth in a year. And you'll see kindergarten is lower at, I can't read that number from a distance, 76%, but they only used iReady for half the year. So they got 76% growth on iReady in 50% of the year. So we're seeing some good growth in there. We have classes over 100%, which is what we're looking for, because we're trying to eliminate gaps in learning that have occurred for students for a variety of reasons. In 4th grade, where you see the dip that's slightly under, but still, I think it's, what, 86%. That is your COVID kindergarten class, and the loss of foundational skills has been a real experience for them that we work on a daily basis. But we're very happy with the results we're seeing on our annual typical growth, both in reading and in math. Next slide. So how do we do it? Well, we do it with really good first tier, first in classroom instruction. I have I would describe them as a learning staff, and they have been using the PLT time and all of our Wednesday meetings to focus on specific data-driven choices about how should we spend our time and how do we target our energy with respect to instruction. And we do that through a whole variety of things, including differentiation of instruction, both in the classroom and then again with Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports. The other thing that has been a remarkable turnaround, I know the district's focused on this too, is attendance. COVID taught people to stay home, and that was a disaster for kids. We need our kids to come to school. We have great programs for them. We have wonderful instruction. We have student engagement that is incredible, but if they don't come to school, they miss it all. So we increased our attendance 2% last year through some of the activities that we were working on. Go ahead to the next slide. But the other thing that Barrett believes in firmly is that if you change the capacity of teachers, you change the capacity of children. And so we focus every Wednesday on learning something. This year, we have been particularly focused on looking at developmentally appropriate practices, and also, again, still more on understanding how we teach math and what works for students. We have a quote up there from one of the teachers. I'm going to read a different quote to you. This was from Teresa Colbert, who said, PLT, professional learning time, gives me a chance to work with my partner and take a closer look at each student. How did each child perform on the assessment? What do we need to reteach, or can we move on? Also, how can we extend the lessons for students who have already grasped the concept? It is also a time to pick each other's brains to come up with engaging lessons. I loved being able to observe my colleagues. We have fabulous, hardworking, dedicated, smart teachers at Barrett, and it was fun to see them in their element. I look forward to doing that again soon. She's referring to one of our Wednesday meetings was dedicated to every grade level going as a team into 2 other classrooms during the day and watching their peers teach and them taking notes on what kinds of activities and teacher strategy moves did you see that engage students. And that's what she's referring to. Go ahead and go to the next slide. The second goal in our SIPSA is on parent engagement. We believe in being a community-focused school, and our parents in the Hanover survey, of which we had a large part of the sample size, told us they wanted to know how to support their kids at home in their math and reading and their social emotional wellness. And so we work with our community partners. We are not one of the new community schools, but Barrett has been a Santa Clara County community collaborative school, it's a mouthful, for 11 years. And we meet monthly with the YMCA, Public Health, the Public Library, Morgan Hill PD, all of our community partners, and we talk about how can we put a wraparound set of services around our kids, but also in a way that makes it normal to go ask for help if you need help, and also normal to be able to tell people about other help that's available through our services. And so we've been doing that for a long time, and all of our partners help us out at our events. So we are working on creating those events. If we go to the next slide. So far, in order to make that happen, I met with the School Site Council, the ELAC, English Language Advisory Committee, the Special Education Advisory Committee, the Home and School Club and Community Club to build a calendar of fun and instructional events. And so far, just so far this year, we had 65% of our families attend our back to school night. We did a math festival for parents, and we had 6% of our families attend. I will say the 49ers were playing on that night, which I didn't know at the time that I booked the math festival. So we had some good competition. We hosted a movie night just recently, and we're hosting another one this Friday or in the afternoon. We have served 10% of our families so far in either IEPs, 504s, or attendance counseling meetings. And we also work really hard to have an active set of governance committees. Currently, there is a former Barrett parent on every school site council in the district except Central and Live Oak. Because I really try to teach families that if you participate in these governance committees, you really understand the system of district education, and you can be an advocate for your child at all levels by participating in these committees. And so that has been well received, and other principals have thanked me. We can go to the next slide. These are just some of the events we've had so far. We have a very fun Grandparents' Day. And this year we did trunk or treat. I don't know how many of you have heard of this. Another way to do trick or treating without going door to door. It was our first time. We had a good crowd. We'll definitely do it again. The other thing that we have really worked on, and I know you've heard some about it at the board level, is we have a very active parent. Barrett really has enjoyed putting together a K through 5 special day class path. And we have some very active and wonderful families whose children are students with IEPs. And one of the things that one of the parents has done is she coordinates play dates once a month for the families. Last year it was for the families in one class. This year we're doing it for all 3 classes. And then once a month, there's also a parent meeting to just talk about those needs. And it was really something that was very helpful to me to participate in and learn, because in education, we are really focused on inclusion, which I believe in and I think is important. But I hadn't realized that there's also a need at times for parents who have a special situation to be able to just talk with each other. And so that's been very helpful. I've been active in that. And the play dates have had this incredible benefit of allowing the kids themselves to be more comfortable with each other and be much more connected and articulate, because they need to talk to each other. And so it's had a lot of unforeseen but positive outcomes. So I'm really excited that we're continuing with that. You can go to the next slide. Student engagement is also a big deal. John and Adam happened to come by last Thursday. Was it Thursday? Tuesday? I don't even remember what day it was, but we had a student-led quad assembly. We have an active 4th and 5th grade leadership group who meets every week, and they plan a monthly assembly for the entire school. The first one was a very raucous, introduce all the staff to everyone, and they had a red carpet and they had a blast. They'll do something on our PBIS standards. Last week we met and talked about assemblies and how you behave at assemblies, and then Mrs. Gallagher's PE class stood up and sang to the whole school, and she's planning on doing that at every quad assembly with a different grade level for the rest of the year. So really a lot of student-led activities. It's important to us that students have a voice, and that voice is visible in the school. So they do the announcements, they are running these quads. They're enjoying. Today we announced all the perfect attendance students and gave out pizza gift certificates to Mountain Mike's. So it's pretty fun. Next slide. We also hosted last year a March Madness tournament, which we'll bring back for our top classes for attendance. The other thing that has happened at Barrett is we have a number of clubs, and the clubs have been designed by the students. So a student will come to me and say, a number of years ago, someone came to me and said, I want a Pokemon club. And I said, if you can find a teacher who will open her classroom once in a while and tell me what days it is, I'll announce them and you can have your club. Club still exists today. It meets every week. It now meets at 2 different lunches. It's been great. We have a student nutrition advisory club that works with public health. It's just been a lot of fun stuff, but it's all student generated. Next slide. These are a couple quotes from families. I love that one of the students thought that sometimes learning and sometimes playing is fun at Barrett. And the kids are cool. The Spanish quote talks about, getting your needs met when you have them. So we're very proud of our parent and student engagement, and we hope to continue it through all of the activities that we have planned for this year. Next slide. Any questions?
Thank you, Principal Callahan and staff.
Colleagues, questions, comments regarding the presentation? Trustee Patterson.
I just wonder if Ms. Martin and Ms. Sylvia have anything to add based on your experience, please? Anything?
Come up and tell them how you sing every day.
This is my first experience with Barrett, other than going into classrooms occasionally to help support teachers. And it's been just wonderful staff to join. I'm only there 3 days a week, and I would really wish I could be there more often. I do often miss the quad assemblies because I'm at El Toro on those days. But being able to support Barrett and El Toro both has just been a wonderful experience.
I enjoy just greeting the students as they come in the morning, and I also make sure that their campus is a safe place so that they can be, and I make sure that the place is sanitized for them. And this year, we're going to be hosting again it's canned food drive, which I like to dress up to collect the canned goods. So we do lots of stuff for the kids over at Barrett Elementary, and I love working there. And I love to have Ms. Callahan as our principal as well.
Thank you.
Colleagues, any more questions? Trustee Montes.
Thank you, President Escoto. Thank you, Barrett team, for your presentation. It was certainly wonderful to hear from you about the various engagement strategies that you've been implementing at your school site. Principal Callahan, my question is for you. So in looking at your ELA data for the last 3 years, I've seen that it's gone from about 42% to about 27% from 2021 to 22 to last year, 23, 24. I was wondering if you could share your perspective on the factors that you see contributing to these trends.
There are a number of factors. One is we have steadily increased because the community has opened 3 housing developments where families are moving from unstable housing to more stable housing. And all of those students go to Barrett. And as you know, when you are just trying to survive, you don't live in a print-rich environment. And when children do not live in a print-rich environment, they come to school with far less language than their peers, and we have to build that language base for them, and it takes a while. So that's a piece of it. I think 2 years ago, if I count this year, we looked through our data and we realized that we had a problem with phonics instruction. And so we went out and bought a phonics program for the site, and we took our reading teachers and we had them, our special teachers on special assignment, and we had them work for a month or so, 4 to 6 weeks, where they went into, we built a master schedule, like a high school master schedule, and phonics was at a particular time so that I could push into these classrooms and train every teacher on the staff how to do the phonics instruction. And then once teachers were trained, we then disaggregated those groups and put the neediest kids with the most the highest qualified teachers, and differentiated into 4 different reading groups for teaching phonics based on individual levels. So we're constantly looking at what are the factors that underlie the building the pillars of fluency for reading. And one of the difficulties, the disappointments in the data is phonics is not what's tested on the tests. You got to get them beyond the decoding stage and into the making meaning stage in order for your work to show up. But we are seeing kids come in with more phonics because of the work we've done. The district has moved to that itself across the entire district, and we are continuing that work. So we're hoping that we will see it in time, but we do believe it is a slog up a hill, so to speak.
Yeah, I appreciate your insight here. So what I'm hearing is certainly social factors is what you're naming as a contributing factor.
Yep.
In terms of the interventions that you've identified and have provided, what impact have you seen with these specific foundational skills interventions?
I think that we do see kids who are excited about the progress they've made. You know, moving from consonant, vowel, consonant words to larger multisyllabic words doesn't show up a lot in your reading score, but it feels good when you're a child who now can read a lot more words on a page than they ever understood before. So I do hear kids talking about that. I do see more engagement with texts in the classroom. So I'm excited about that. You know, we want to not only teach them how to read, but we want them to love to read. And it's one of the reasons we have a very strong commitment with the public library. Barrett students, I have been told by the library, show up at the library more often than anybody else because we do an annual night at the public library and get our kids into the library. For many people, just getting there the first time breaks the ice of never going to the library. So it's one of the things we do every year to really help our students understand that this is a little piece of heaven in the community, and everything in it's free, and it's a lovely place to be. So,
Thank you, Principal Callahan.
Vice President Altman?
Thank you. Principal Callahan, I'm wondering, how's ADA going this year? Have you noticed any shifts towards kids coming more?
yep, we're maintaining. I should look at Jess. I want to say we're at 93, 94%. We had dropped as low as 80% at one point. So yes, we're really focused on attendance. We're giving lots of prizes. We have a very adorable Stripes tiger who travels weekly to the class with the best attendance that week. Anything we can figure out to do, we meet with families and try to problem solve some of the difficult situations they're in.
Student Board Member Faruqi?
I have a comment and a question. So for my comment, I kind of just wanted to talk about how awesome it is that you guys have such student leadership at such a young age for elementary schoolers. I think that is so important for young leaders to be comfortable in a position where they feel comfortable talking to others in front of a screen or on the comms, or they feel comfortable where it's like, oh, I'm not going to get made fun of for doing this kind of thing, you know? I think that's super important for especially middle school, high school, and eventually college to be comfortable being in a leadership position. And secondly, I wanted to ask, do you guys hold book fairs?
Yes, we have one coming up in December, and we held one earlier this year, and then at the end of the year, we do a buy one, get one, so that every kid walks out the door with 2 books in their hand.
Are they during school or after school hours?
Yes and yes.
Okay.
Every moment we can get them into a place with books, we do.
Yeah, I just want to highlight, I think that book fairs definitely do play a role in very young, like kindergarten to 2nd grade engagement in reading. Because, I mean, it becomes like a hangout, like with your friends, you know? It's like, oh, I want to grab this book. Or, hey, we both like, this one character, do you guys remember that one book, Judy something, like the kindergarten girl?
Yeah.
I remember, I loved that book series, and all my friends loved it, and we read every single one from the book fair and library all the time.
Yeah, we have a very active library. Stephen Krashen is a researcher who would tell you if you want to improve reading, keep your libraries open.
Yeah.
And we do that, and in fact, my librarian in the spring part of the year is going to be running an after-school book club for kids. So I've had some parents say maybe we should have one too, so we'll see. But yeah,
That's awesome to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Board Member Faruqi. Trustee Horner.
Thank you. Thank you, Team Barrett. A lot of great information and great work. And I want to highlight and appreciate how you reach out to the broader community, and hope all of our sites are able to do that. The library partnership is huge. I have at least 2 adult friends in the community that hadn't been like library people that, come on over, man, and got the bug. So that it's important at all ages. We are just so fortunate to have a county library that's as good as any in the country.
Absolutely.
Both the online piece and the in-person piece are really exceptional, great resource. And then also, you mentioned your SDC Motivators group, which is a parent-led thing. It's amazing. President Escoto and I happen to be longtime members of the Kiwanis Service Club here in town. small but mighty group, trying to do what they can. And I wasn't there that night, but the parent came, made a pitch to the club about what we're doing, and the club's budget had already been allocated for the year, but two members, when she said, I just need like $2,000 for incidentals, not, it's depending on your point of view, it's either a lot of money or not a lot of money, just depending on circumstances. But two people there that could handle it each said, I'm good for $1,000, and did that night. So I take no credit. I wasn't there. I'm just proud of some of my my Kiwanis colleagues for doing that. But really encourage everyone, to keep looking outside of your school site. And the parents, people are pretty tapped out. They're already giving all the time and money they have. So I've taken it as a personal goal for a long time to how can we get the rest of the community supporting our kids with money, with time, those sorts of things. And then I just also thank you for highlighting on the English language acquisition and where a lot of your new students are coming from, and also make sure we're all really aware that is happening not only at your school, but we're going to see a lot more at a number of other sites. Morgan Hill is right now just starting to fill up about 500 units of income preferential rental housing, some of which goes from a few hundred to a few $1,000s a month, which is cheap here. Cheap if you don't have it, but cheap here. And all of those units have children. The way the math works, the more people in the family unit, the lower the price, the higher the priority for getting in. And when I visited many have really young children, newborns, infants, 1-year-old, 2-year-old, 3-year-old, or as I call it, rising TKers. Right. So the work you're doing there, I really hope, we continue this collaboration not only within your site, and I know you do this, but across all the sites, because what you've seen, a number of our other sites are going to be seeing similar, from a handful to a dozen to a few dozen to 50 or 100 students, and I'm delighted. In many cases, these are literally family and children getting off the streets.
Yep.
Or out of the RV.
Yep.
Or off grandma's couch. So very essential. But then our role, of course, is to come in and give them all the other things they need once that first basic level of, Maslow's first level, that has to be met to do anything else. The second level of some security, which is knowing that your basic needs will probably still be met tomorrow. But that's where we come in. So
And
thank
you're
you.
working against past experiences where governmental agencies weren't always friendly. And so teaching them that the school is a place of safe haven is important.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because in the years ahead, for many of our families, the rhetoric being heard at the national level and what's going to happen there, we have a lot of children and families that are scared to death right now, not only for themselves, for their tias, their uncles, their aunts. Talking to some of my friends in the broader Mexican American community, saying, all our families are mixed status. There's some green cards, some citizens, some no papers, and people are now having the conversations. Okay, if I disappear tomorrow, who's going to take Joey? This is a very real reality for many of the children and families of our community. And I encourage all of us to do our part to step in for these little human beings every way possible. It's going to be rough. Thank you. I know you and yours are doing that, and I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Trustee Horner. Any other comments? Principal Callahan, before we say thank you for a great presentation, before I do that, I do want to highlight or go back to a couple of things that you highlighted. One of those had to do with that dip. Was that in third grade or fourth grade? Fourth graders. And the very fact that you referenced that these are the kids that started, I think, in kindergarten.
Kindergarten on Zoom.
On Zoom. Thank you for highlighting that, because as we look at how we've been progressing, despite that phenomena, we have been making gains. And but it's something that's very, very real that we certainly are not going to forget. But it puts within the context of, despite those horrific 2 years, we're the hard work of your staff, the hard work of teachers and administrators throughout our district, district office leadership and the support that they've been providing the sites. We're still moving, closing that academic achievement gap. You and your team are really inspiring, so thank you. There are a couple of other things that you mentioned that I want to ask you about, and I think I know the answer, but I really want to hear it from you. Why did you decide to have a grandparent day, and what did that encompass?
I don't know who brought me the idea, but somebody said, "Are you willing?" You know, this is the thing I learned when I first started at Barrett, and I was part of this community collaborative, and through the door were all these people saying, "We want to do this, we want to do that." And I learned to just say yes and trust that it would come together. So that's really what happened. Was somebody came through the door and said, "Can we do a Grandparents' Day?" And I said, "Sure." And we, Home and School Club, bought cupcake or donuts and made some coffee, and you know, we were articulate that if you didn't have a grandparent in the area, if somebody who's acting like a grandparent could be your grandparent at Grandparents' Day, because not everybody has a full complement of relatives. And we put on a little thank you, grandparents. That's adorable. Karen Crane is very instrumental in this. She's a big part of us. Barrett has an extra dose of music because of her, and she works very hard with our staff. I mean, one of the things I didn't mention is that every grade level does a performance every year for the school and for their parents. And we also go to Loma Clara Seniors Home and sing to them about once a month, which is we've become an institution over there. But it's all been a matter of just saying yes in those moments, figuring it out.
Well, on behalf, as a grandparent and great-grandfather, on behalf of all of them in our district, I want to thank you for doing that, and hopefully it inspires other schools that may not be doing that, that they consider that. You know, grandparents, you know, they have so many different roles now, for a lot of good reasons, you know. As grandparents, we're living a little bit longer, and we have a little bit more independence and a lot to offer. And what we know about many grandparents in school districts, many of them are still the primary caregivers for their grandkids. And so recognition is wonderful, opportunities for them to be engaged with their grandchild's school is a wonderful opportunity, and thank you for offering that.
You're welcome.
Now, thank you for a great presentation.
You're welcome.
All right.
You're welcome.
Once again, please join me. All right, the next item on our agenda is to recognize outgoing Board of Education trustees. But before we do that, we have a member of our community, Armando Benavides, who would like to address the board.
Good evening, board members. I want to make a comment. First off, I want to tell you that during this election cycle, I walked many neighborhoods. I knocked in a lot of doors. I talked to a lot of parents. I talked to a lot of grandparents. I talked to a lot of neighbors, a lot of seniors who don't have children in their schools, but they're still voters. And when we talk to them about our board members that are going to be taking over and some that we're going to be leaving, I want to tell you that you're well recognized in the community, and you're greatly valued and appreciated. So I really found that very heartwarming. I wanted to share that with you. But I also want to take a moment to express my deep gratitude to all three of you, Trustee Patterson, Rosales Montes, and Escoto, Adam Escoto, your trustees, and President Escoto. I want to thank you for your dedication and service to our Morgan Hill Unified School District community. This one's personally from me. To each of you, I mean, I've known you for a long time since you came on board. I've seen all that you have contributed to our community, from COVID to COVID closed down, to the reopening, all the challenges that we've had, budgets. And so you have stood up and basically taken on the challenge of leading our district forward. I really also appreciate the meaningful impact that you've had on the education for our students and our families, because you have really focused yourself on families and students. That has been a really, really important component. And I want to say I've seen a lot of trustees for my many, many decades that I worked and have participated in the school district here. And I want to say that you are a unique set of trustees because I've never seen anybody so involved with the social emotional learning for our students and our families too, because our families really appreciate all that how helpful it is. So you are unique as far as I'm concerned from all the other trustees that I have seen. I mean, they all have quality, they all did fantastic jobs, but I'm just saying that you have done more in terms of the family, the social emotional wellness, which is really great. So I really appreciate all your leadership and all the how you have helped shape a positive future for our district. So in appreciation, we have some little gifts for you all. And so we're going to have Kathy was gracious enough to get some gifts. I'm going to go give them to you all.
Well, I'm here, but you can pass it on. Do the work.
There you go.
I'm very good at delegating. Go. I try to get out of it. But
Well, I didn't see you.
Thank you so much.
Now you don't have to put them on a Form 700.
Mary the champion, the warrior.
Thank you so much.
And Adam, from our community to all three of you,
I've known this woman for over 50 years.
Great.
We were in elementary school.
Whoa.
And I would just like to say, I'm so glad I was here to be here for the presentation from Barrett. It's a special school that I love. They have really great teachers, but one teacher especially, Christina De Haro, is a product of Morgan Hill Unified School District, and it is so awesome to have students that have gone through the system come back and give back to our community, and she is an exceptional third grade teacher. She went to school with my boys, so I've known her for a long time. So this is just a way of us acknowledging that you have fought hard for our children. And I know it's not always easy, it's not always popular, but you've stood there as warriors for our children because you have always been student-centered. So thank you. Now I have to go to another meeting for the Christmas parade from Kiwanis, so thank you all.
Thank you, trustees.
Thank you, Mr. Benavides.
By the way, we also have some cake, so I'm not too sure when you guys are gonna.
Well, I think I'm now
brought some
going to, thank you very much. I'm now going to roll it over to our superintendent, Dr. Garcia.
I think that Kat Napoli said it absolutely beautiful. We would like to honor each of you in order of tenure. And so we'll start with you, Dr. Rosales Montes, first. I have to back up a bit and share, you all know the story, but the community does not. When I did my research before I decided to apply for the position of superintendent in Morgan Hill Unified School District, I researched the trustees. And I researched as much as possible about each one of you. And I knew, based on your collective stories, that you were the board that I wanted to work for because there was alignment in our relentless belief in all of our students. And so because of that, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for believing in me. And I often quote John Hattie, a researcher out of Australia, who has identified 256 factors that impact student achievement. And the top 2 factors that have the ability to move kids 4 grade levels first one is collective efficacy, the entire system rowing in the same direction. And that's been the journey that we've been on for the past 4 years on coherence and alignment. And the second factor is, does my teacher believe that I can succeed? And so as superintendent, I want to thank you, all 3 of you, for being my teachers and for believing in me and believing that I can bring my set of values and set of skills to transform a school system so that each one of our students is given a fighting chance of success. Dr. Rosales Montes, I want to start with you a little bit. I don't know if you knew, but Dr. Rosales Montes began his career in education as a teacher of English learners at traditional public schools. And if you have been paying attention to our school board, Dr. Rosales Montes is certainly quite the researcher, and he keeps all of us on our toes. But I want to tell you that he was a Fulbright Fellow. Did you know that? He was a Fulbright Fellow under the Department of State's Bureau of Education and Cultural Affairs. And so thank you for teaching abroad and bringing your unique skill set and your unique story to students across the globe. Dr. Rosales Montes has been an accomplished, aside from being an accomplished teacher, he was also an accomplished principal. He was also an administrator supporting our English learners, among many other students, at a neighboring district just north of us. He's been a school trustee for the past 4 years, and he's currently a college professor. And so I know that you will continue to invest in those teachers who, according to Hattie, will believe that every single one of their students can succeed. Because if a teacher believes in every single one of their students, there is nothing that that student can do. So thank you for your focus on equity. Thank you for your high expectations. Thank you for your keen awareness on the importance of research and staying abreast of research. And thank you for advocating on behalf of all of our students. I'd now like to open it up to other trustees if you'd like to say something.
Vice President Altman.
You will be missed. Don't think you're going to escape my calling you saying, I need to talk with you. Dr. Rosales Montes is a phenomenal thought partner. We've spent many hours together discussing issues, formulating what would the best path be, and I just so appreciate your thoughtfulness and your knowledge base. Thank you for all the time you've given me.
Trustee Horner?
I'll just add very briefly what they said. It's been remarkable working with you. I look forward to being friends and colleagues for many years to come in wherever your path and our paths go. And it's clear you care deeply and passionately about students and families and are always finding a way to make a difference there. So thank you.
Trustee Montes, I remember when we first met, we had been on a phone a couple of times, and then when we first met, you dropped by my house, and the first thing that struck me is I couldn't believe how tall you were, and then I couldn't believe just how smart you were, and you know, you have this unique ability to take complex things, complex issues, and explain them in a way that just crystallizes what the meaning of the issue is, what the implications are, and also the possibilities. And I thank you for that, because the beneficiaries have certainly been
your colleagues as we make decisions, as we think about the important aspects of the issue at hand, but also as we think about who the ultimate beneficiaries are going to be. And that's our students, our staff. And I thank you for that.
Can I say something? Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, everyone. Y buenas noches. So I prepared something that I'm going to read, so I don't deviate. I want to begin by expressing my deep gratitude to all of you for entrusting me with the privilege of serving on the Morgan Hill Unified School District Board. It is an honor to represent our community, and I am thankful for the opportunity to work alongside so many dedicated educators, parents, students, and fellow board members who are passionate about shaping the future of our schools. Over the years, I've had the privilege of collaborating with a group of committed and thoughtful public servants on the school board. Together, we've worked to support and strengthen the educational experience for our youth and our district while keeping in mind the needs and aspirations of our families. I'm deeply grateful for the partnership of my fellow board members, our superintendent, and all of the staff who make the work we do possible. I want to take a moment to recognize the tireless efforts of our teachers, administrators, and staff members. They have continued to show an extraordinary dedication in the face of unprecedented realities, from the disruptions of the pandemic to the ongoing need to address our young people's evolving needs. They are the heart of our district, and their hard work and compassion make a profound impact on the lives of our students. Of course, none of this would be possible without the involvement of our community. From volunteers at our schools, to parents advocating for better resources, from local organizations supporting our students' well-being, to businesses investing in our children's future. Your support is vital to our success. Every step we've taken has been fueled by a shared vision to ensure that every student in our district has the opportunity to succeed, regardless of their background or their circumstance. So thank you, everyone.
President Escoto is an amazing storyteller. And he recently shared a story with me where he was protesting the fact that a certain community in East San Jose did not have any curbs. And when it rained, just imagine the muddy mess. And so how old were you, President Escoto? 14?
14.
President Escoto was 14, marching along with older community members in the area. And it was a hot day. President Escoto was really tired, and he muttered out loud, "How much longer do we have to be out here?" And an older veterano, more experienced activist in the community, looked back at him and he said, "For the rest of your life." And I think "for the rest of your life" summarizes President Escoto beautifully. If you do not know his story, I would like to take a moment and share his story. Mr. Escoto was in foster care beginning at age 10. By age 15, he had attended 7 different high schools. Can't even imagine that. He was an athlete, and that was his motivation, to keep his grades up so he could play. And he served for 27 years in public education, including as a revered principal who transformed an entire community at Horace Mann Elementary in San Jose Unified. He retired as assistant superintendent from Ravenswood School District. He was a CASA for foster youth for many, many, many years, and he continues to mentor many, including me. So President Escoto, your story is one of resilience, my gosh, one of hard work, in one where the importance of trusted adults, something that we collectively push for, that every single one of our 8,000 students has at least one trusted adult who believes in him or her. Had you not had that, President Escoto, you would not be here with us. I think your story would have been, obviously, with your own hard work and determination. So thank you for your decades-long, for the rest of your life focus. And I know you will continue to partner with us and work with us to ensure that we deliver on the promise of a quality public education. Thank you.
If I may, thank you, Dr. Garcia, for those words. It is my story. Quite frankly, isn't that unique. There are many, many folks that I know, that I've met, and many that I've never met, but I met personally, but I know their stories. Very similar circumstances, situations brought on by poverty, drugs, circumstances that just can overwhelm a healthy adult, let alone a child. And I was fortunate to have a lot of healthy adults. Part of that story was growing up in San Mateo County. And during those times, those 5 years that I was in and out of foster care homes, when you're 10 years old and older, foster placements are frequent. People don't take in kids for long periods of time. If you're an infant, you're a toddler, it's a good possibility you're even going to be adopted. But for those of us that are a little bit older, just not going to happen. So in San Mateo County, unlike Santa Clara County, there is no or was no children's shelter. It's the juvenile hall. And so that's where I went at 10 years old. And when I went there, I thought I died and went to heaven. I had my own room. I had my own bed. I had clean clothes. I was given my first ever toothbrush. I had a gentleman by the name of Lochran. This is the person that said that I was going to keep my room clean, I was going to keep myself clean, I was going to do this and I was going to do that. All of the kids in juvenile hall hated him. I loved and adored that man. And so when I talk about, or when I reflect on my story, I think about the healthy adults. Lochran was one of them, my foster parents. There's a whole story that, if you're ever interested, I'll tell you about another person who was significant in my life. I called her Burger Lady. She was the one who gave me a job. And when I told her that I needed to quit the job after a few months to get my grades up, she says, "No, you're not leaving. What you're going to do is you're going to continue working here, and I'm going to pay you an extra hour so you could study in my office." When I graduated from high school, there was my foster parents in the audience, my social worker, and Burger Lady. So in many ways, I've been really, really fortunate. So I don't mean to say by any means that my experience was unique, wasn't harder than anybody else's. it was a life that, given the opportunities, I was able to take advantage of them. And I was able to take advantage of the opportunity to come onto this board. In truth, I couldn't find anybody to run for this seat. So I decided to reluctantly step up and go for an appointment, finishing up the last 2 years of someone's term. And then for the next election, I was hoping that somebody else would step up, and no one did. And so, all told, 6 years on this board. I've had a wonderful relationship with the school district as a personnel commissioner for 8 years, 5 years chair. I was the district's principal, new administrator coach and mentor for about 4 years. So I've had a long relationship with the school district and will continue to have it. I will miss the friendships. I recognize that friendships, relationships, they never die. They just change. And so I will miss not being able to see many of you once a month or twice a month in some instances. Lots, yeah. The vice president said I could Zoom. Anyway, I want to finish up by sharing with you an old Mexican saying. They're called dichos. And the one I'm going to share with you is my wife's favorite. My wife, by the way, is in the front row. So thank you for being here, honey. And the dicho is, dime con quién andas y te puede decir quién eres. And the translation is, tell me who you walk with, and I'll tell you who you are. And it's with deep, deep pleasure and honor that I've had an opportunity to walk with all of you on behalf of kids. So thank you. Thank you so much. Are we ready for some cake?
One more.
Mary. Oh, Mary. I'm sorry, Mary.
What about Mary?
No. Movie? Would you like some cake, Mary? I'm sorry, Mary. Please. Dr. Garcia.
One of Adam's, I would say, most famous quotes is, there is no excuse as to why kids cannot be successful. I'm someone who has beaten the odds, and I didn't do it by myself. And I think that that quote is most appropriate to describe you, Mary. Kat, describing you as a warrior champion is probably a tie. From the onset of getting to know you, relentless focus on students, their voice, their agency. What do the kids have to say? Their voice matters. From the surveys that we send out, what is the N? How many families, how many students does this survey include? And so I want to thank you for that focus, because after all, we are here to serve students. I want to tell you a little bit about Mary. Mary is our longest serving board member. She has served for 8 years on our board, but way before that. Her 2 daughters went through our school system, so I would say 2 decades with Morgan Hill Unified. And you've seen the ebbs and flows, the good work, the not so good work, and just, again, your focus on students and that their voice matters. She served as Home and School Club president. She also served as the school site council president. And she also, in our community, has this great recognition through her work with the county executive's office. She was the leader of the YMCA's Project Cornerstone. You currently support Stanford's Children's Health. And most admirable of all of these is your current work with CASA. and you lifting up and defending those that are often left behind and are not defended. I want to, on behalf of the school district, thank you for your heart, thank you for your passion, thank you for your voice, and thank you for highlighting our students like we should. And thank you for not letting us forget that it is absolutely all about the students. Thank you.
Colleagues, any comments? Trustee Montes.
Trustee Patterson.
Yes, Trustee Montes.
This is your life.
Como dice mi madre, eres una de las fregonas. So
Can we say chingona? Can you say chingona?
Yes, I was trying to edit. But it's just been such an honor to serve alongside you. Your passion, your advocacy, your heart, you're just awesome. Yeah. Just awesome. I've learned so much from you serving on this board, keeping focus on the main thing. And I am just so fortunate for these 4 years to serve on this board with you. And I'm very grateful for a time. And I will look back to this time and just, we've gone through a lot. And you have always provided perspective. And you do it so well. And so, muchas gracias.
I'd also like to chime in, Mary. I remember one time I referenced somebody as a chingona, and you asked, can I be a chingona? And I said, no. You are, though, a gringona, which is just as equal. It just looks a little different, but just as different. You, without a doubt, from my perspective, have been the conscience of this board. You have been the moral compass and encouraging us and leading us in really kind of thinking things through. All too often we deal with situations that can be very emotional. But you have this innate ability, Trustee Patterson, to put things in perspective where one side doesn't offset the other. There's just a deeper understanding and appreciation of the value of both arguments. And so for that, I thank you. It's been an honor to serve with you. Anyone else? Trustee Horner.
Again, I'll do my best to be brief. Not easy for me, as you all know, but for both of you as colleagues, basically for my whole time here, it's weird to think I will no longer get to look to Mary as our senior board member for guidance and advice, but I still have your phone number. Please don't change it. And it's been an honor to serve with both of you on behalf of kids. And we've mostly agreed. We've occasionally had disagreements on policy. That's how it's supposed to work. But I've never questioned that it's always coming from how do we find what's best for kids? And, to paraphrase the old Teddy Roosevelt quote about there's lots of people in the stands cheering or jeering or throwing rocks or having lots of opinions. But then there's the ones on the field. And I thank you both for being ones on the field with your heart and head always in the right place. It's, I hope I can continue to be privileged and honored to call you friends and colleagues. Thank you both.
Vice President Altman.
I really can't top Yvonne's in particular. He said a lot of the things I have said for you, Mary. But for the three of you, you will be missed. And I have no doubt that as you three have served on the governing board, you've always had the students first and foremost in what are we working towards. And I hope we can always continue that moving forward as the new board is seated, that our objective and keep that as our North Star, what's best for our students. Thank you, three.
One last thing I did want to say for our colleagues that are going to continue on, for Sarah and for Nancy and Pamela, who unfortunately is not with us tonight, and for John, and our extremely bright and articulate student board member. My message to you all is keep fighting the good fight. It's worth it. It's worth it. Now let's have some cake.
Mr. President.
Oops, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just harken back to my very first time in this building when it was 20 years ago, just as the superintendent said, my oldest was probably in third grade, and we were at Los Paseos Elementary School. My daughters Nina and Sophia are on this call. Hello, darlings. They're the reason I'm here, really, and my husband's here as well, Michael. Thanks for being here. We had 5 principals in 5 years at Los Paseos, and I was a third grade parent, and I was like, wow, Lori remembers that was not the right thing to be doing. And I came to this room for the very first time and said, this is a careless placement of leadership. You are not paying attention to us, and we need stronger leadership. We need a principal who's going to stay. And we got a principal who stayed. Unfortunately, he wasn't my favorite choice. For example, around 2010, our home and school club under my presidency, Los Paseos, had the chance to engage the extraordinary Karen Crane, who was spoken of recently, to teach music at the school. And I was told by the principal that we couldn't contract a music teacher because it was disallowed by the existing labor contract. And I said, oh, I'd like to see that so I can understand what you're saying, why we can't have a music teacher on campus. And he couldn't produce that. So I called the HR superintendent, and that person got right back to me and said, as I suspected, oh, that's not disallowed in the contract. And so we had Karen Crane on campus probably just 2 weeks later teaching music to our kids, which was a fantastic addition. The 2012 Measure G bond measure was one of the big things that was also impacting our district, and we were all, so those of us who were plugged in, I suppose, were pretty excited about it. Julie Zinsmaster was a longtime executive assistant here in the district, a fabulous person, and in her time not working, she contacted me to help with that campaign for the 2012 Measure G measure, which passed, and as many of you can see as you drive around our district, the long-term impact of Measure G, and we would, I'm not going to volunteer myself to help with the next bond measure, but I'll vote for it because we need another one. In 2013, Steve Batondo became our superintendent. His first action was to hire a new principal for Los Paseos. That principal was a terrific fit, Jen Middleman, and she's been followed by 2 more wonderful principals since that time. And today, thanks to Superintendent Garcia, Los Paseos is in the competent and loving hands of Principal Stormy Sutton. And Stormy Sutton is definitely a parent, a student, and a staff favorite. And I'm grateful for that, Dr. Garcia. As I said, my passion for and my devotion to the school district has been driven entirely by my experience over 20 years of the high quality and compassionate staff who touch the lives of my children and all of our kids every day. And it was this experience and this confidence that drove me to join the school board in 2016. And the past 8 years of service have been tremendous in 1,000 ways for the progress that we've made as a district, for the brilliant students that I've been able to watch grow and change as they age, and
for the people that I've been privileged to work with, the people, the community partners, extraordinary, so strong in their commitment and their dedication to and their collaboration with public education. You know who I'm talking about. The YMCA, the Youth Alliance, the Boys and Girls Club, Community Solutions, the Edward Boss Prado Foundation, Healthier Kids Foundation, LATI, the Morgan Hill PD, Project Cornerstone, and the Los Paseos Neighborhood Association. Let's not forget San Jose. Then there are the staff. The talent among staff in this district is immeasurable. It has been an absolute honor and pleasure to work alongside our superintendents, both Mr. Patando and Dr. Garcia. Steve was a kind and engaging leader who welcomed me to the board in 2016 and kept a steady hand on the ship for 9 years, including through the mandatory school closures during the pandemic and the subsequent reopening of our schools. This was a time during which every member of our school community experienced unprecedented levels of illness and fear, isolation and anger. And we came through that as a team, as a district. Steve and I also faced an unusual board turnover in 2019. He and I, as board president, welcomed and onboarded 6 new trustees in a space of 6 months, brought on by 2 resignations, one of which we were pleased that Adam Escoto filled, and then an election. Amidst this, we were able to maintain strong and steady governance of the district. To Superintendent Garcia, Cabinet, my fellow board members, I have nothing but praise and admiration for you. Mr. Chan, Dr. Jimenez, Ms. Tavares, I can tell within just these short months that you will serve us so well, and thank you for bringing them on board, Dr. Garcia. Carmen, the energy and the intellect you apply to this job 24/7, 365 days a year is mind-boggling. You're admired far and wide by your peers, by so many of our students and families. I share that admiration. John and Adam, thank you for your relentless dedication to the community. It was started before you joined the board. It will continue after, I'm sure. I've been honored to serve with both of you these 6 years. The minute I met Ivan, I asked him when he was running for the school board to meet me on the Sobrato campus. We sat down at a picnic table, school was not in session. And the minute 5 words came out of this young man's mouth, I thought, he's my guy. And I want to be his friend, and I want to be his collaborator, and I'm going to make sure he gets elected. And he was, fortunately. Nancy, your experience, your longevity, your analytical mind, your sense of humor have given me a lift these past 2 years. Thank you. Sarah, I've cherished getting to know you over the past 2 years, and just having been able to serve with you for only 2 short months has been an honor and a joy. Kelly, you and I worked side by side for nearly all of my 8 years of service, and I couldn't be happier than to call you a colleague and a friend. I save my most heartfelt accolades for the end. These I offer to the teachers and staff who have left their mark of love and high expectations not only on my children, but on hundreds and thousands of others. You know who you are. I think Miss Avery Unterreiner is probably on this call. Miss Tina Cunez, who touched our lives as a family. Q.A. Nguyen, I've seen him in the classroom. I know what he does for kids. Janelle Rotman, Brian Phillips at Los Paseos Elementary, Corinne Garibian, who's been around for many years and touches hearts and souls every day. Andrea Kusanovich, other teachers I know and love from the schools where my children attended. I want to mention also, of course, our outstanding principals, including Patrick Bookster, one of our longest-serving principals, who turned around Jackson Academy and continues to do that to this day. The maintenance and groundskeepers have also touched the lives of my children, kept them safe and healthy. Our nutrition staff is immeasurably great. Our transportation and our technology staff have served us so well. With sadness and loss, I have to remember our beloved 7th grade science teacher at Martin Murphy Middle School, Mary Francis, who died in 2017. Ms. Lori Ross, teacher of 38 years at Los Paseos, who died in 2018. And Madame Christine Miller, musician, traveler, and longtime French teacher at Sobrato High School, who died in 2023. To them, I and honor them. My counsel, as Adam did for my colleagues, my counsel, not to you, but to you all, Sarah, Nancy, John. So pleased to see Veronica Andrade and Jennifer Marquez in the audience. Please stand. These are 2 of our incoming board members. Please stand. It will be
such a joy to observe you as you grow and flourish in this role. In closing, my counsel for you, current and future, I beseech you, ensure that every child and teen that walks into our schools, be they tall or short, vegetarian or meat-eating, dark-haired or light, wealthy or poor, housed or unhoused, English-speaking or not, US-born or foreign-born, transgender or cisgender, gay or straight, of any religion or no religion, every child and teen belongs here. Students don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. That is the calling card of this board, I would hope, in the years to come. That is the calling card of our staff. And above all, making sure that our students' voices are elevated, amplified, heard, and brought to this table. Miriam is one person. Student board member Furquay is absolutely phenomenal, and we would like to hear, and always, from hundreds, if not thousands of others. Thank you all so, so much.
We have a plaque we'd like to present to the three of you. I'll quickly read it. With our gratitude and appreciation, we present each of you this plaque for your service to the Morgan Hill Unified School District Board of Trustees. An appreciation for your dedication to education, guiding through example, and for leaving a lasting positive impact on our community. You have made a difference. Thank you. Can we take a picture, and then we can also break for about 10 minutes, President Escoto?
Absolutely.
Okay, and we have some cake.
missing?
You can start.
Back.
Mary, I just saw your text. Oh, that's okay. She didn't contact you? Not that I know of. Sweet word, is it cold here? It's cold, super cold more.
Actually, I'm okay, but my hands are very cold.
All right, we're going to, it's 7:42, we're going to reconvene, and we're going to pick it up with item G, approval of the minutes of October 8th, 2024. Can I get a motion?
I move that we approve the minutes of, which one am I approving?
October 8th.
October 8th, 2024.
Thank you, Vice President Altman. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Montes. Student Board Member Faruqi, how do you vote?
Aye.
Colleagues, all those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, say nay. Motion carries. The next item is approval of minutes from October 22nd, 2024. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the minutes of October 22nd, 2024 as submitted.
Thank you, Trustee Montes. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Altman. Student Board Member Faruqi.
Aye.
Colleagues, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Motion carries. All right, now we're going to move on to public comment. Members of the public may address the board on any topics not listed on the agenda. However, the board may not discuss issues raised that are not listed on the agenda. Topics not on the agenda that are brought to the board's attention may be investigated by the administration and a report made to the board publicly or privately at a future meeting. Comments by visitors shall not exceed 3 minutes. We have one person who would like to make a comment, and that's Armando Benavides. Mr. Benavides.
Testing.
Yes, you're on.
Okay, thank you. So today I want to address I want to express my concern regarding the growing threat that stricter.
We'll get this fixed in a moment. Let me know when we're ready to continue. You good? All right.
Ready?
Try it again.
Thank you. So today I want to express my concern regarding the growing threat that stricter immigration enforcement poses to our Morgan Hill Unified School immigrant families who may be affected. Some, if not many of our families, may be facing an increased risk of deportation for themselves, their families. Like somebody mentioned here, that it's not only one person, but it could be grandparents, uncles, abuelitos, neighbors that people rely on, and also the peers. Some peers may also have families, and so. And one of the things is that this risk of deportation can create a significant instability for families and students. Parents may be fearful to have their kids go to school. Families are going to be may fear taking their kids to school. And one of the things that I know, like in 2016, one of the things that I was doing to help our immigrant families was to basically help families prepare a reaction plan so that, like somebody says, if somebody gets picked up, what's the next step, what's going to happen. And what I was doing in 2016 was helping families develop plans of action so that if something did happen to a loved one, they had a plan of action for their kids, their neighbors, or maybe family members, aunts and uncles. The whole process was to maintain stability for our families. Some of our immigrant families also have vehicles, bank accounts, and so there's really a lot of intricacies that goes to helping our families prepare better. So one of the things that I do hope, I know in 2016 was we did evaluate our policies that were in place to support our immigrant families when there was a threat of enhanced enforcement. And one of the things that I know that we were doing was we're looking at setting some strict policies so that if somebody went to our schools, that they had to basically refer them back to our district office. Nobody could go into our schools. They had to be referred back to our district office, and our leadership here would be handling that. So I asked the person, why is it that things kind of seem to be a little damp right now for our Latino community? And they kind of giving me different reasons. I'm not going to share them, but I do believe that, and I am asking that we look at our policies for our schools, remind our schools their obligations and responsibilities, so that our families can continue to view our schools as safe learning environments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benavides. All right, I guess, does that conclude our speakers? All right.
We have more. I filled out the Google form earlier today.
Yeah, they're under budget.
You're under budget?
I think you're on for a specific item? Yeah.
It's a budget, but it's not the BAC. It's a completely different item. Doesn't relate to the budget advisory committee.
Budget.
I may have misunderstood the form.
Maybe there's a misunderstanding, but if there's anyone here that wants to speak to an item that's not on the agenda, is there someone here? Otherwise, I guess you'll come up when we talk about the agenda. All right, so we're going to continue on. Okay, so now we're going to go on to communications.
Wait, hold on, if we could get a clarification. You're speaking not on the budget advisory committee, but on the...
In relation to, but it's not on, no.
All right, we're going to continue on. Student board member report, please.
Okay, this is my report for the overall month of November. Sobrato, they have their fall play. They had it last week and the week before. It was the Attack of the Killer Man from the Sun play. And football and cheer had their senior night two Saturdays ago. Live Oak is holding a paint night fundraiser for adults. It's run by the Art Club on November 22nd. The Drama Guild is holding their play, The 39 Steps Abridged, next month on the 5th and 6th. Football, cheer, and band had their senior night on November 8th, 2 Fridays ago. And marching band, they had their Hollister show on the 9th, and they placed first. And marching band, they had their regional champions on November 16th, this weekend, and they placed first as well on that. And the marching band has their holiday parade coming up in downtown on the 30th. So Britain, they're having their Spirit Week this week. And they had their Britain drama show last week. And Jackson Academy has their sports starting soon. El Toro, they had their Trail Dust yearbook fundraiser a few weeks ago. And as I mentioned, that was Barrett. They had, similar to Barrett, they had their movie night last week. Central High School they had their coffee chat with the principal last week, and they are having a school site council meeting tomorrow. Martin Murphy also had a Trail Dust fundraiser last week, and their school site council meeting was today. So Bear Elementary, they had their health and wellness resource fair a few weeks ago. They had their Project Cornerstone meeting last week. There's having Parent University on the 13th, which was, I believe, last week or the week before, and they're having it tomorrow. They are having their Panda Express fundraiser on Thursday, and they're having their movie night, which is what they mentioned earlier, this Friday, I believe. Paradise Valley, they had their student wellness activity, which was a kindness bookmark. It was an activity with the kids, and they were writing notes about, their kindness and what they've done, which is, I think that's very sweet and very cute. And they had their school site council meeting last week, and they had their fundraiser lunchtime activity last week. Los Paseos, they had their 5th grade fall learners fair earlier this month on the 1st, and they're having their coffee with principal chat on this Friday. That'll be it.
Did that conclude your report, student?
Yes.
Board Member Faruqi, thank you very much. We'll now have a report from superintendent staff.
Thank you so much, President Escoto. Delighted to share an update since our last board meeting. We have continued our data chats with our principals, Assistant Superintendent Jimenez, and also Director Aguirre Jacinto. I want to extend my deep appreciation to our principals and our teachers leading this important work on ensuring that all of our kids are achieving success on an ongoing basis. I also would like to extend a deep appreciation to the Morgan Hill Education Foundation. They most recently presented a check for $2,880 to Barrett. And in December, we will be bringing the additional awardees, and we will be issuing the checks here as a symbol for in appreciation of support of their work that they're leading in their respective sites. I also want to highlight very briefly that we are continuing the great work around Morgan's Cove, and you see the family is there. You see some of his wife and son-in-law and additional people that are part of the foundation, their separate foundation. And so we're delighted to continue Rich's legacy and take all of our 4th graders to his cove. So deep appreciation to the community as well. Also, deep appreciation to Mohai Farms for a very successful Grilling for Growth event. We're in the process of scheduling the receipt of the check from all of the proceeds from this great event, and 100% of these proceeds will benefit the Live Oak Culinary Arts Pathway. Separate to this, we are engaging Gavilan College. They currently do not have a certificate for culinary arts, and so we're working with the President Avila and his whole team to ensure that they have a place where our Live Oak students and ultimately our Sobrato students can complete their culinary arts pathway in a certificate. Also, with some of our board members here present, we attended the annual Santa Clara County School Boards Association annual fall dinner. What's most impressive about this convening is how they highlight student agency and student voice. And they had a panel of students with disabilities, and each student very powerful to, even though they have a disability or an IEP, their voice matters, and they're very concrete examples that they gave for how they stand up for themselves, for how the trusted adults in the school system stand up for themselves was beyond impressive. So thank you to the Santa Clara County School Boards Association. We also have been keeping the tradition going. We had celebrated Halloween. I know each of the sites had their respective Halloween celebrations. We had one here at the district office. We also attended the city school liaison meeting, and we had an opportunity to see the counterparts on the progress that our district has been making with respect to student achievement and the alignment of their work with our work and the intersection of that, and we will continue to accelerate those efforts. A couple of board meetings ago, one board meeting ago, and then the presentation when Principal Ganan and Principal Stormy Sutton talked about the P3 math alignment. There's a counterpart to those efforts. There are some convenings for the teachers and the principals and others. There's a separate convening for superintendents, and the focus is on how, as superintendent, I can continue to accelerate this work. And so California Education Partners are stellar, and all of this is grant funded. And so I extend my deep appreciation to them for continuing to, with a laser focus on using data to improve achievement. We also had our FACE Health and Wellness Resource Fair, so thank you to our Kiwani partners for providing delicious food, and there were additional community partners who came out to support our families. Recently met with AAUW. I'm a proud member of AAUW, and AAUW recently had a panel on dementia awareness, and we were happy to host them at Britain. And I want to extend my support and appreciation for AAUW for continuing to partner with us. I also attended the Latina Coalition Silicon Valley. This was at an invitation from a current city council member in Mountain View. So super proud to be in a room full of very strong, what did you say, Trustee Rosales Montes? You didn't say chingona, you said fregona. Yes, fregona is a more tame word, but just for Latina women who are making a difference in our county. We also hosted our current president of the California School Boards Association, Albert Gonzalez. We're happy to welcome him to the Los Paseos Elementary School, so he could learn, among others, within Santa Clara County School Boards Association, to learn about school mental health wellness efforts. So thank you, Los Paseos, for having hosted him. This was also grant funded through the Hewlett Foundation. They have a convening superintendents from across the country, and as part of the convening, it doesn't just include superintendents, it also includes university scholars. You can imagine some of the best universities across the country. In addition to that, nationwide leaders with their various associations. So the convening brought us all together. This was at Harvard University, so thank you, Hewlett Foundation, for having hosted, and my mind and my brain is full with the key learnings that I take away from these phenomenal leaders across the country. Very, very recently, we had a meeting with San Jose State University, and in particular with the Dean of the School of Education. At San Jose State University, we discussed applying for a teacher residency program with a focus on growing our own special ed teachers, growing our own, currently do not have a BA, where we can work together and help some of our colleagues who are interested in becoming a teacher. Also with a focus on speech and language pathologists, but also BCLADS. It's not on here, but that's our biggest ask, making sure that we have quality teachers who can support our dual immersion program. And lastly, happy Thanksgiving to everyone. I hope everyone rests and eats delicious food and takes in family and friends during this downtime next week. Thank you so much. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. We'll now have reports from our employee groups, starting off with the Morgan Hill Classified Employee Association President Cheryl Van Deventer.
Good evening, President Escoto, board members, colleagues, and guests. I just want to say this really quickly before I go too much further. I wanted to let you know that the book you were talking about was Junie B. Jones by Barbara Park, one of my favorites when I was a librarian, so I just had to stick that in there. My name is Cheryl Van Deventer, and I'm honored to be the president of Morgan Hill Classified Employees Association. On behalf of the officers and members of Morgan Hill Classified Employees Association, I extend a heartfelt, truly heartfelt thank you to Board President Adam Escoto, to Trustee Mary Patterson, and Trustee Yvonne Rosales Montes for your many, many years of service and dedication to the Morgan Hill Unified School District's Board of Education, our staff, our students, our families, and our community. Your reach is just unbelievable, and all of the things that you have done and the things that you have accomplished for all of us, and we just thank you so very much. We wish you, each and every one of you, the very, very best in your future endeavors, and we know that you're going to continue to serve our community, continue to watch our students and our staff as we continue to grow together and learn together, and we just thank you from the bottom of our hearts for all that you've done for us. I would also like to take a moment to thank all of the classified employees, teachers, and administrators who are here in person and on Zoom tonight to support our efforts. As an active member of the Budget Advisory Committee, I feel the need to share my concerns with you regarding the lack of information that we have received as a committee. You have tasked us with cutting the budget by $6 million, but no one has given us the tools with which to do that. At almost every meeting of the Budget Advisory Committee, we have asked to see the district's budget line by line in order to make educated recommendations on what we should be cutting from the budget. We recently received a carefully selected smattering of numbers that really did not show us what we were asking for. I fully admit that numbers are not my strong suit, but I do understand how to budget money. Given my knowledge of budgeting, I know that in order to make cuts from any budget, you have to start by knowing how much money you have to work with. Once you've established your income, then you must list your expenses line by line to see exactly how much money you're spending each month and exactly what you're spending that money on. If you see that your expenses total more than your income, then you need to decide what expenses you can cut out of your budget in order to live within your means. That is the basic budgeting. That is basic budgeting, and I believe that every person listening tonight understands this method. So now I'm asking you how you, as our trustees, sorry, I'm going to say that again. So now I'm asking you, how can you, as our trustees, ask the Budget Advisory Committee to decide what expenses to cut from the district's budget when no one will tell us what those expenses are? You have asked us to do a nearly impossible task because nobody will give us the tools that are needed to get the job done. I implore you to use whatever influence you have to move the powers that be to release the entire budget to the Budget Advisory Committee immediately so that we can do our job. Time is running out. We are nearly at the deadline that you established. We have all agreed to add more and more meetings to accomplish our tasks, but we are doomed to fail without the numbers that we so desperately need. Please help us. I would be remiss if I did not bring your attention to the District Budget Committee that has been a long-standing practice in Morgan Hill Unified School District. I myself have been a participant in this budget committee for more years than I could possibly count. I've been 25 years of this district, and I've served on this committee almost every year that I've been in this district. This particular budget committee has always been comprised of labor leaders from MHALA, MHFT, and MHCEA, along with 2 or 3 members of MHUSD Board of Education. This budget committee serves to give clarity and transparency to the labor leaders and trustees for the purposes of negotiations and other decisions that affect the employees of MHUSD. We are asking for your help again, as our elected trustees, to pave the way to reconvene this district union budget committee. As labor leaders, we have requested the convening of this committee on numerous occasions, but we have been shut down at every turn. Please show the employees of MHUSD that our employer has nothing to hide. Please help us to gain access to the budget transparency that we are seeking. Let us see what is really going on with the budget so that the right budget cut recommendations can be made. I'm going to stress this again. I have brought this to this board before, but I'm going to stress it again. It is important to understand that teacher and classified staff mental health wellness equates to student mental health wellness. Please hear me when I tell you that as a result of the district's unwillingness to disclose the line-by-line budget that the unions are asking for, our employee morale is at an all-time low across the district. Employees are working with the added stress and fear of losing their jobs. These are hardworking, dedicated employees who deserve answers. Their question is, where has all the money gone? Thank you for your time.
All right, next up is Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers President Jim Levis.
Thank you. Good evening, President Escoto, trustees, Superintendent Garcia, staff, and guests. I am Jim Levis, the proud president of the Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers. I first wanted to thank Barrett for their presentation, and I really was excited about all the student-led activities and programs that they have going on there. I wanted to introduce a couple of my members who will be speaking. They had filled out a speaker form to speak on the the district budget committee, which relates to the budget, but not specifically on the budget advisory committee. They are two completely separate entities, even though they have the superintendent has attempted to merge them together in the past few months and said that the BAC has kind of taken over the district budget committee. As President Van Deventer expressed well, this is a committee that has been meeting for a long time and looks line by line on the budget. It is completely separate and is not advising the board or the superintendent. It is to gather information so that we can move forward on our negotiations and input into the budget. So I'm going to pass on to Gina G. and Jillian Ray to give their reports that they were planning to do earlier, because it is important that it be done at this time. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gina Giovanetti, and I have the privilege of working in the English department at Live Oak High School. By now, you've most likely received several emails from the members of MHFT regarding timely budget meetings, and tonight I wish to add my voice to theirs. I've been present for both community forums regarding the budget, and the main request has been for transparency in the form of a line-by-line breakdown of the district budget. This simple request is being made in an effort to make the most informed decisions on what could potentially be cut in this time of financial crisis. Decisions that affect all of us who are a part of this district community, from employees to your students, cannot be made with trust and fidelity without this detailed information. While we appreciate the time and effort put forth by Colvira and his team, the year is quickly progressing, and so too is a sense of urgency as we grow ever closer to the need for cuts to be made. Despite repeated requests, this line-by-line breakdown has not been provided. While the district is not denying the request for a budget meeting continues to be delayed. From my understanding, an itemized list of district expenditures and meetings regarding such were commonplace under previous leadership. Tonight, I urge for a return to that practice and for us all to ask the district why the delay of transparency and meetings in the time that we needed most. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jillian Ray, and I'm a CTE teacher at Live Oak, and I am here to ask for greater transparency when it comes to the district's budget. Without clarity and transparency surrounding the budget, it is hard for the MHFT Budget Committee and the community to offer informed suggestions for where to make cuts to the budget, despite their efforts at the community forums. Many of our teachers, staff, and community feel disconnected from the budget process. While the unaudited actuals are publicly available, it doesn't give us the full picture of where money is going and whether those expenditures are aligned with the priorities we have as a district. Historically, the MHFT Budget Committee members have met with the district to review the budget line by line, but this year the district continues to delay this meeting. I believe that a timely meeting where the district shares a line-by-line breakdown of the budget is necessary as we face this impending budget crisis. This meeting and explanation would allow for more informed discussions on the district's spending and ensures that the future cuts happen as far away from the students as possible. Thank you.
Thank you both for that. I would like to acknowledge my members here who have, for Gina and Jillian, who have spoken tonight, and for other members who have sent emails to the board, and of course to those members who are online and watching. I understand and agree with their concern and frustration that the district has been delaying having a district budget committee meeting like those we have had for so many years prior to Dr. Garcia's leadership. The absence of this important informational opportunity that can also act as an accountability mechanism leads me to wonder if there might be a correlation to the current fiscal crisis that this district is in. A deep and clear dive into the revenues and expenditures by the board and bargaining units used to be the work of this committee, and it has been further exacerbated by the current need to make $6 million in ongoing budget cuts. MHFT leadership and members have asked district leadership again and again for this meeting to be held as soon as possible in order to aid in the negotiations process and budget cuts. Each time, the request has been met with abeyance. Therefore, we now ask that you assist us in making the scheduling of this meeting happen before the holiday break in mid-December and the execution of this meeting happen before the governor's budget workshop in mid-January. The need for this committee to meet is so important that the MHFT members have organized around it, written you emails, spoken publicly, and even with their extremely busy schedules. This week, for example, secondary certificated members are finalizing projects and giving exams for their students just before the Thanksgiving break. And the elementary certificated members are presenting report cards to families while meeting this week for conferences. In order to assist in making one thing easier for our members to be involved with without having to attend another meeting, the MHFT Executive Council has also decided to adjust our MHFT time at the mic presentations this year. Moving forward, MHFT members will be sharing their input on topics with the board trustees through slide presentations that will be emailed to you before each meeting rather than be shared publicly with you here. The first presentation will be sent this evening, now, actually, and it will be, and it will be addressing technology use. This particular presentation focuses on key technology successes and challenges broken down by elementary school, middle school, and high school. We want you as trustees to be able to have the time to really review the successes and challenges that certificated employees are experiencing. In closing, I would like to thank the outgoing Board of Trustees for their tenure on the board. You all joined the board to help serve our students and families. I applaud your commitment to education and the many years of service you have given. Moving forward, I am hopeful that the remaining board trustees and new trustees joining next month will focus on making the financial health of the district a priority so that MHFT members can continue to do the important work of supporting the academic, social, emotional, and behavioral needs and learning of our students. Thank you.
All right, we'll now move to hear from the Morgan Hill Educational Leaders Association. Patrick Buchser.
Good
Mr.
evening,
Buchser,
everybody.
are you
Can
on?
you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Please.
Wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. From Mahela, we are at the end of the first trimester. So congratulations to all the teachers, kindergarten through 8th grade, conducting conferences, parents sending home report cards. We are currently continuing with our data chats. And we have currently been meeting in cohorts as principals to share our data and our focus areas for instruction. We're doing this through our PLTs and sharing our school-wide practices and ideas to support student achievement. Can you guys still hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you.
Yes, we can.
We had our PBIS climate and culture meeting where we shared a lot of our data regarding our first disciplines and talked about the October catch. Adam, you'll remember the October catch as a principal. Catch them now or you pay for it all year. We're in the middle of
Yes, I
an
do.
IT technology refresh. We're getting all new Chromebooks for our employees. And a special thank you to Wes, Cam, and the IT team. From AXA, we have leadership. We have focusing on AI and instruction. And then recently, the AXA Leadership Summit, which hosted a variety of topics. A big shout out to our BCBAs. Which is our board certified behavior analysts. They've been working hard with our general ed teachers. To help support strong tier 1 instruction and data analysis to identify target behaviors and supports. Big shout out to our student nutrition department. Big shout out to our student nutrition department, Chef Joel Cammett and Michael Joffner, who conducted some professional development on culinary for all of the student nutritionists yesterday, and helping our teams to support how to make the best foods for kids throughout the day. And finally, congratulations to our outgoing board members, Yvonne and Adam and Mary. It's been an honor to be able to stand next to you, learn with you. And there's a quote I'll leave you with. We may not remember the days, but we remember the moments. And I just want to thank you for the moments and memories that you've given to our community and our leaders for all these years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bookser. All right, now we're going to move on to board reports. Do we have any colleagues that'd like to share their report? Vice President Altman.
Thank you. Last week, I attended, it was called SEAC. When I walked in, the meeting was called SEAC. When I walked out, it was called NEST. And so the special ed parent group is, I believe they're still going to go by NEST, which is Navigating Educational Supports Together. And it was nice. There were representatives from almost half of the schools there, and a pretty enthusiastic group. So I have great hope to see how they get organized and help support the students, and particularly families of students with exceptional needs. I also attended the CSBA online presentation on AI, which it was really interesting. And a lot of us were listening to SalCon last year, was it? At AEC. And what's happening with the AI is pretty amazing. It's not just when you think about kids cheating on their essays, but one thing that they did mention is the need to go through our board policies. We caught maybe 2 of them in this tremendous number of board policies that we're going to be voting on to update. There's still quite a few that we need to look at. So I'll be sharing this information with just the list that they provided us with at this online training for board policies that should be addressed to adapt for what's happening in AI. And I figure I'll just wait until we have our new committee assignments with, and just, I guess we'll do that next meeting. So, and that's what I have. I almost did a slideshow, but I figured I'd leave that for Trustee Rosales Montez.
You'll be the new Trustee Rosales Montez regarding. All right. Colleagues, anyone else would like to make a report? Trustee Montes.
Thank you. No PPT. Just, I want to take a moment to thank DLAC President Cindy Ramirez. Because of my work obligations, I wasn't able to attend the DLAC meeting yesterday. Yesterday. But I did connect with her via phone, and we reviewed what took place at the DLAC meeting. And so I want to share her report to you all. And so at the last DLAC meeting, they approved the bylaws of the DLAC committee, which everyone voted in favor of. And there was a presentation of the obligations of the DLAC meeting, including the establishment of programs, goals, and objectives for programs and services across the district for students who are learning English, including integrated and designated ELD, as well as our dual immersion programs at Walsh and SMG. They revisited and and had the revisiting and conversation around the notifications, the written notifications that parents receive regarding their students who are identified and evaluated for their English services, as well as the initial referral process for services. They, including the LPAC, and they did a review of the various levels of the LPAC, the initial notification letter, as well as the annual updates that are sent to the parents. And most importantly, they talked about the development of the master plan, which was unanimously approved by the DLAC committee at this last meeting. And so colleagues, that'll be coming to you all next month. And I did happen to read it over at the other DLAC meeting, and just some really great effort and work in that. In addition to the DLAC meeting, I had an opportunity to go to Santa Fe, New Mexico, also for my work. And it's relevant. I share it because it's relevant. So in my professional hat, one of my biggest tasks has been to build out the credential pathway for our bilingual authorization in Spanish, so that our pre-service teachers earn their bilingual authorization through our teacher residency program. And in addition to that, they earn their CTEL or their ELA1 authorization for our single subject residents. That means that they are fully authorized to teach designated ELD in addition to their area of focus. And so at La Cosecha, which is probably one of the most nationally renowned conferences on dual immersion, just a lot of great learning, specifically around what does it mean for our special education services youth who are nonverbal but live in a bilingual household, and are like, how do we navigate services for them, especially if they're accessing devices and those devices might be in one language. At a very theoretical level, we talked about the importance of metalinguistic awareness and cross-linguistic connections just across all of the content areas. We talked about language and the importance of reimagining language use in the classroom, taking a translanguaging stance where we're inviting our students to show up as their full linguistic selves, as they're engaging with content and meaning making within the classroom. And so, yes, in our dual immersion programs, Spanish or English, depending on where we're at, might be the target language or the focus, but inviting students to make connections to their other linguistic repertoire. So really rich learning there. I just came back from San Diego this morning at we received a grant, a $600,000 grant from the Office of English Learner, the OELA from the Department of Ed, and to do this work. And so excited to continue to support our Santa Clara County in developing our bilingual educators.
Thank you very much. Any other reports? Trustee Horner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I'll highlight also, Dr. Garcia mentioned the SCC-SBA Fall Dinner. The student speakers there were really extraordinary, all students facing significant challenges in their life. And they spoke quite honestly and passionately about what worked and what didn't work for them in their educational experiences. It was, if you listened and weren't moved to thought and tears and jeers, then you weren't really paying attention. It was quite something, and very, very impactful as we think about meeting the needs of students that have some extraordinary life circumstances. Also, other related activities, the policy subcommittee has met, and we'll see some of the work of that come forward later this evening. Also mentioned the Cura grand opening. Cura is a new, primarily art studio in downtown Morgan Hill, constructed by Dan McCraney, local retired technology executive who's been reinvesting in the community in many different ways. He bought what's now Calibre Gallery and continues to bring students there. And this new facility at right down the street from President Escoto's house, where once was literally a tin shed that had a closed bike shop in it. He built this really extraordinary facility for displaying art and with a little wine bar in the back. And I'm pretty sure he doesn't plan to make a lot of money there, although some of the art is quite expensive. But he's intending to have regular turnover and continuing featuring local artists. One of the artists on exhibit, I'm not going to name names because I get in trouble when I get it wrong, but it's also one of our teachers here at one of our schools. So just the deep community involvement, and I really appreciate that we have that in the community, and that rather than the original plan of shutting down the smaller Calibre and just doing the big thing, he's going to keep both going so that Calibre can continue, amongst other things, focusing on student and youth art. So what just as he and I both grew up in the technology industry, he made a whole lot more money at it than I did because I tapped out early and he kept at it. Our paths didn't professionally overlap, but we've been familiar with each other for decades now. And I'm just so impressed with what he and his well, he's a widower now. He just lost his wife, but he's continued in his work of building on their legacy together of really supporting art in the community, and I appreciate that a great deal. Also happened while there to have a chance to chat with Frank Leal, the owner of Mohi Farms, and many other things. Many of us may not know. He grew up a kid of very little means in East San Jose. And he's told me multiple times, if it wasn't for what were then VOTEC programs, he would have been a high school dropout. So, that passion for doing things and having hands-on work has continued to this day. And, he was the kind of the producer of the Grilling for Growth event that many were at. We had over 30 of our students there as volunteers. He also shared with me that 6 of those students now have taken part-time jobs with people they met through that event, and some of the chefs were so impressed and looking forward. So that it's wonderful to see, because we know, these connections that young people kind of getting the real experiences of doing the real thing beyond the classroom and the book. So look forward to the ongoing partnership there, and appreciate again, what he's done. Some people love him, some people don't love him, but what he does is he's in the game and he's working hard and making things happen all the time. And part of that is going to supporting our kids. So I really appreciate that. Move on a little bit to the County Association, the Santa Clara County School Board Association. We talked about the annual dinner. That was amazing. I've also participated the second time. There's been an informal Saturday breakfast that they started organizing, and I went this last Saturday. Bill's in San Jose, up in the Alameda. Great, hadn't been there in ages. Great place. About 15 people, but it's really a wonderful opportunity for peer-to-peer informal conversations and learning. Hey, what's going on? And I've learned so much from others there. One of the things I learned was that many districts, for the seating of new trustees, actually just have a smaller special meeting that's just the ceremony. I want to bring that up for maybe discussion. Later we have an agenda item later here today about our plans. Morgan Hill Unified has long just like, congratulations, you're a new trustee. Clap, clap, clap. Take a picture. Okay, closed session. Let's get to work. And many places will do another special meeting. The timing, anyhow. I'll talk about it more later. See if that's something we want to consider. If we want to just keep doing what we're doing. But when I heard from others in some cities that there's another model out there, we might want to think about that for this time or another time. So I'll come back to that on that agenda item, but that's just an example of something I picked up there. But then other very hot topics, many districts are going through steep declining enrollment and school consolidations, reconfigurations. There's all kinds of words and euphemisms for that, but we've been fortunate to not face that in a significant way, because the fewer children per household has generally been balanced off by the more homes being built in our community. Eventually we'll get there. That's not going to go on forever, but and the financial consequences are very different for different districts. Some districts that are well funded by their local property taxes are like, we have plenty of money. but fewer students. They don't face the same pressures as those of us that are funded primarily based on attendance. So, that's one of the pressures many are facing. It becomes a real political hot button. I know I have colleagues throughout the state, some of whom were, I thought, marvelous at their jobs, but just lost their jobs over people being bad about schools being closed. I know a school district where they've lost 40% of their enrollment in the last 15 years. You can't keep all your buildings open with 40% fewer students, but that is just a very tough conversation to have. And we're seeing throughout our county, I think there's at least 4 superintendents, including the county superintendent, that for different reasons, different policies, different politics, but there's a lot of turmoil and a lot of turnover going on there. And that feeds into the next item of the County Ledge Action Committee. We had been consistently coordinating with the County Office of Education's legislative lobbyist. They have a full-time paid person that does that. That person is now kind of on hold as far as policies and activities, as the now prior board fired their superintendent, and there's an interim superintendent, and there's assistant superintendents being put on leave, and just all kinds of turmoil at the county office right now. So as the Ledge Action Committee of the County School Boards Association, we're trying to figure out how to lean in further. Some of the things our county office has led on, for example, early childhood education, mental health and wellness, Medicare, and private insurance billing, both the law and the practice around that. Those things are all being somewhat impacted by those turmoil. So we're trying to figure out, as an all-volunteer group, where can we fill in the gap? So that's a non-trivial thing. And then the other thing, Ledge Action, I just sent to Ms. Schriefer, asked her to forward we do an annual survey of trustees from this group. So I think we're amongst the highest responding group of trustees in the county. Every one of the 31 boards had at least one response. The 4 was the most. We and one other had 4. But so you'll all have copies of that. And I asked also to copy our new trustees on that to see what was on. But this was what was on people's minds a couple months ago. Now the chatter is, what does it mean if they actually figure out how to close the Department of Education? Or what does it mean we're going to sweep up millions of immigrants? What does January and beyond at the federal level look like for us? And the truth is, none of us knows right now. So we're going to have to stay true to our values and be flexible and strong and adaptive, because we are in for a wild ride of unknown dimensions. But so every organization I know and the people I know that care, trying to figure out what does this mean and what do we do, coming from how do we do right by the kids and families we serve. So it's going to be quite a time. And then the last thing I'll mention is that the Morgan Hill Chamber, Nick Gage, the president there, and he and I had a conversation, and I think he's made a very wise decision. He's decided to sunset as a standalone entity the Education Committee, which has been going since 2010. And with the Rock the Mock project will continue, but the efforts there are going to get merged into a larger workforce development initiative he is working on. I know he's met with some of our senior staff here on that very element. So what that's going to look like is still under development. But that particular committee, which means one committee chair job I'm finally rid of. I gave it away a few times and it kept coming back. So the efforts will continue, and I'll still do what I can to be supportive, but it will have some different organizational structure. Sorry, that was a lot, but it's a lot gone on in a month, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Trustee Horner. Colleagues, anyone else? Anyone else like to report? Hearing none, we'll move on to I-5, upcoming events. Upcoming events are attached to your agenda for your review. Next up is consent items. Are there any trustees that would like to pull an item for further discussion? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the consent items?
President Escoto, not a motion to pull, but just some commentary before we approve. So in reading over the board policies, there are 3 that I just wanted to speak to. Board policy 6163.4, student use of technology, as well as 40/40 employee use of technology. What I appreciated of these policy updates was the speaking to artificial intelligence and AI. And I was just wondering about our efforts, two-pronged, AI and cybersecurity. And I know that there are efforts already underway to hone in on our cybersecurity needs, not just at our district, but a reality that our districts are facing across our country. But I wanted to, I wonder about big picture, where we're at in terms of AI as a task force, and I'm thinking just policy, clarifying what that means. I'm wondering about whether or not we've explored, for example, Google Gemini for Workspace, that keeps it private, that keeps student data private. It's not, it's a very protected way to engage with AI. And so as I see this codified in the policy, it talks about making sure that we're careful, but I'm also considering the infrastructure associated with what we can do to support the implementation of the policy. So I just wanted to speak to those. Regarding the school day, I appreciated seeing that recess is called out. And I think that's really important given SB 291 and ensuring that recess isn't leveraged as a form of discipline for our young people. We know what the research tells us in terms of how critical that time for social engagement is. And so with that, I'm hoping that we can, as we move forward, those are points that are looked into, but thank you.
Okay. All right. Trustee Patterson.
Also a comment.
We're
Great.
yes.
So also a comment, just wanted, in our contract list, we're going to be contracting with LPA Architects for Martin Murphy Middle School admin building design. And I just want to say thank you for that. I wasn't aware that this was something that was being considered. And so, as I understand it, this is just an idea about design. It's not necessarily that we would act on that. But in any event, the more ways that we can find to improve the facilities of Martin Murphy Middle School, the better. So thank you, Superintendent and team, for taking that on. And I also, on the internet safety, one of our policies is around internet safety. And although we provide resources to our students and staff around internet safety, I think if it might behoove us to be a little bit more proactive. Sorry, I don't remember. Digital, so policy, it's one of the policies. Student use of technology it's that policy. Digital citizenship lessons are part of that policy. And so something that the district distributes. I just think a little bit more proactive. And I know that some teachers are doing that in their classrooms and talking about digital citizenship and internet safety, but we have very real experiences with our students being harmed by social media in a real way. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to push those out a little bit stronger than just saying, yo, here are some materials, use them if you wish. With those comments, I would like to propose that we approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Trustee Patterson. Can I get a second? Thank you, Trustee Montes. Student Board Member Faruqi, how do you vote?
Aye.
Colleagues, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Next up is approval, K1, approve, whoops, or are we K1, yeah, we're okay, all right. K1, approve new courses for Band 1.
CTE/VPA, and Band 2, CTE/VPA. Assistant Superintendent Jimenez will introduce this item.
Thank you so much. Good evening, trustees. Tonight, it is my distinct honor and pleasure to invite Mr. Greg Chambers, Director of Bands at Sobrato High School, who will be presenting our request for approval to designate Band 1 and Band 2 as CTE VAPA courses.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Trustees, Dr. Jimenez, Executive Council, thank you again for having us, and thank you for sharing your stories and your perspectives, and thank you for your service to our students and our schools. Before we begin, I also wanted to just also take a minute to, I know that we were acknowledging band. In the previous slide, we have had some really great success at Sobrato as well. We had 3 first-place wins. And I want to sing the praises of both schools because out of our division, there were 42 bands, and throughout the season, either of our schools either came in first or second statewide at every competition. So really great stuff, and music is alive and well in our district. Today we're going to be talking about a course proposal, 2 course proposals, one for Band 1 CTE VAPA and one for Band 2 CTE VAPA. Before we get into that, I just wanted to go over the courses that we currently offer. We have beginning band and intermediate band CP, advanced band CP, marching band PE, music 14, which I teach at Sobrato through Gavilan, and we have a jazz ensemble course as well. What we're looking at doing is introducing this to give more breadth to the program, and then not that these courses are going away, that beginning band, intermediate band CP, but these would be a replacement for those courses in our course catalog, at least at our site. And once we have teachers with CTE credentials on the Live Oak side, then that would happen as well, hopefully. But the benefits of introducing this program would be that students can either get VPA credit or CTE credit. The designation would also contribute to our district-wide CTE efforts towards work-based learning initiatives, expand the range of industry experiences offered by our district's programs, and provide more funding opportunities because we apply for funding at the state level through CTIG. And I believe that our band programs can help contribute a lot to that rubric. If we can move on to the next slide, thank you. To kind of consider, again, this is more of a replacement. Not that those courses are going away, but these would be the ones that we're pushing and really suggesting that our students take. With the CTE programs, there is opportunities for industry connections and advisors. And so we have a lot of those in place already. In fact, my advisor, I'm working with Dr. Vickerman at San Jose State, who's the director of bands, really well. His daughter is actually in my program, so he has a very vested interest in doing so, and he's amazing. And then existing students are already kind of enrolled in these courses, so it's not like we're going to be pulling or hurting other courses in the process. I figured I'd also share some of the experiences that my students have gotten. These 2 pictures were from our New York trip that we took in March. So the one on the top is us at Chicago. We also went backstage at the Rockefeller Center. And then the other one is us at Carnegie Hall before we performed, kind of looking out at the hall. And it's such a beautiful venue. So yeah, I love that picture. And next slide, please. Units of study that we would be engaging with our students, talking a lot about context, cultural, historical, performance practice, musical perception, notation, quality of sound, characteristic tone, instrument fundamentals, articulation and phrasing, listening, evaluating. We do a lot of that in what we do. My students, we put on 4 concerts a year. We also go to a lot of festivals. My wind ensemble this year is also going to the state level CMEA festival, which we haven't done before because we've been able to get unanimous superiors at the festivals we've been to. Next slide, please. And then for Band 2 CTE, this is the advanced capstone course. We would be, the units of study would be ensemble and performance technique, really talking a lot about balance, timbre, responsibilities across, making music with others, critical listening, evaluation, a lot of music analysis and harmony, chord progressions, and then performance achievement. Really, the bread and butter of what we do is working on building foundational skills so that students can then share music with others and also get feedback too. So there's a lot of opportunities for some of these partnerships through statewide and local organizations like CMEA, the California Music Educators Association. We do festivals through many different companies as well. And we're also going to, for instance, Disneyland right after Thanksgiving and doing a backstage recording workshop and a lot of those things too. So lots of opportunities for expanded learning beyond just the classroom. And next slide, please. So our both are linked, the proposal documents there, but we really think that this is kind of the next stage for our band programs. All the other electives, at least at Sobrato, are satisfying CTE credits at the moment. And so we really feel that what we do builds career and college readiness, provides real world relevance, really beyond the classroom. And we think that there's a lot more opportunities that we can do with the funding that we will receive, and then hopefully it will help to garner through the grant writing process too. And next slide, please. This is one of my favorite quotes, having to do with, really the importance of music and the arts and how it extends just beyond learning that happens inside the classroom. By former President Gerald Ford. And so next slide, please. And I guess the last one is if there's any questions or anything like that, that's me.
Colleagues, questions, comments? Trustee Montez?
Thank you, President Escoto. Mr. Chambers, thank you for your efforts here in bringing these courses forward. I had two questions. When I read over the course descriptions, the way I read it, and I just wanted to clarify with you, is completing CTE 1 doesn't guarantee entry into CTE 2. Is that accurate? They would still need to audition for that course?
The way that I have been running my programs now is that way, and it really helps to make sure that students are being afforded the appropriate level of music for the ensembles, because most of the pieces that I pick are kind of graded from 0.5 all the way to grade 5. And so the hope is that students can move from one course to the next over that year. But I think the bigger concern is really just making sure that students are not in over their head in terms of the content of the music. And then also, making sure that the music's not too easy on the other side of the coin. If that makes sense.
So, yes, they would need to audition.
Yes.
And from what I'm hearing, you've had success in a similar design in your other course structures, with that being the case.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The second question that I had was regarding the attendance to performances. I know that that's 30% of the course grade, and I'm just wondering, one, I was trying to understand what acceptable meant in terms of an acceptable excuse of not being able to attend, and if you've had a similar policy in other courses before, what have you seen in terms of just life circumstances of youth in order to meet real obligations to meet those expectations?
Very good question. I put out my syllabus with all of the dates for the whole year. well in advance. We do have instances where, like, students get sick, which are obviously excused absences. We have instances where families have unavoidable travel conflicts too. But as long as they're being communicated in a timely way so that we can really support the other students who are performing. So for instance, if my trumpet one first chair student is going to be missing something, a lot of times I can pull a student from another band to cover their part so that it replicates. We work best when we hear and can feel that consistency from rehearsal to stage. I think, my attendance policy has always been very fair, but just making sure that the communication is open and that, of course, understanding as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I don't have your expertise and your lived experience on this. And so when I read it, it's like 2 months in advance. That's a long time. And so I just wondered how that was in practice. So I appreciate you sharing.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions, comments? Board member.
I had a few questions, but I wanted to clarify first. Is this for just Sobrato or Sobrato and Live Oak?
This would be applying for the whole district.
Okay.
Yeah, any of the courses that we have would be for both comprehensive schools. It is contingent on a credential for CTE, so that process would have to be followed first, but it would be readily available to a teacher that had that credential at Live Oak.
Okay. And then, so is band currently just like a general elective? Is that what it's considered as?
It is, yes. It's just a visual and performing arts elective.
Okay,
Yeah.
I see.
So it satisfies from A through G's the content for F, but right now what we're hoping to expand upon is the CTE component for Morgan Hill USD graduation and also the UC CSU
So,
requirements.
okay. What I was wondering is, sorry, like my mind. It's, I understand like it's qualified to be a CT, but what is like the reasoning as to like what brought this up as to why it should even be a CT in the first place? Like what's wrong with it being just a general or music visual elective right now?
Really good question. I think it's really about providing ways for students to earn the credits that they're earning, regardless of, they can earn it because they're going to need those credits anyways. They're going to need 10 VPA credits for graduation. They're also going to need 10 CTE credits for graduation. And just making sure that we really design a course that kind of encompasses both so that students can continue to enroll in band because most of my students want to be in it for 4 years. Yeah.
Good questions. Colleagues? Vice President Altman.
Thank you. I'm kind of having a hard time wrapping my brain around the credentialing. I am a vocational agriculture teacher. That makes sense to me for CTE. It's a really old credential, but every ag teacher when I went through was a vocational agriculture teacher. How many music teachers are CTE certified? And is this a typical pathway? How hard is it going to be? And then I assume if Live Oak doesn't have a CTE certified teacher, they revert back to the old course numbers. And then how does the CTE bit work?
So within the career technical education, there's different sectors. So as I was going through clearing mine, ours is through arts, media, and entertainment. So it's one of the sectors that exists within CTE is kind of an umbrella blanket term. There was another music teacher going through the same coursework as me in Southern California. I don't know. I wouldn't have figures or numbers as far as to how many teachers are teaching the same thing. But I know that there's other programs in existence. We worked with Bakersfield to help develop that CT alignment with the coursework that were proposed as well. So I know there's a teacher who is doing the same thing, band teacher at Bakersfield High School.
Mr. Chambers, how common are these programs in California?
I'm going to say that they're very common in very large school districts, right, where you have lots of teachers who maybe teaching is their second career, so they had industry standards, right, and then they have their teaching credential and they're adding the CTE credential. As Mr. Chambers said, the arts and media is one of the industry sectors, right, so you often see pathways for drama, for example, under that. Creative writing can fall under that, and also music can fall under that, so we're very privileged to have Mr. Chambers' experience and adding this as an additional way that students can have industry sector experience. I will add again, from that lens that we've been chatting about also, is all the different grants that are available for CTE pathways, right? And when you have that articulated as one of the sectors that you're growing, it allows you to have more revenue from the state and other grants that are available. So we're very fortunate that although we're just starting on the arts and media pathway, we can certainly grow that. And there's certainly interest, from you saw from the pictures, both from students, right, to keep growing and adding music. So it gives kids a lot of opportunity to complete a pathway, get into music, have a lot of industry experience. And I really commend Mr. Chambers, because being part of the CTE pathway, it's in one of the slides that talks about they do need to meet with an advisor. They need to attend additional meetings. So he's taking on a little bit more work to provide this opportunity for students.
Thank you for that response. Vice President Holman.
I absolutely see the value to this, and I'm concerned that students at different high schools are going to have different opportunity. Is that what we're looking at right now?
It could be, depending on teacher credentialing, right, and student interest. Like many of our electives, it's based on what students ballot, right, and what they want to as an elective. So I think that we are trying very hard to have equity across both of our high schools, our comprehensive high schools, but it also depends on student interest, right?
It also depends on teacher, again, I'm teaching
Experience, yeah.
experience and credentials as well. Again, we have Music 14 at Sobrato that doesn't exist yet, but that's because I have a master's degree in music and can teach that through Gavilan. So there's already a little bit of inequity, but the hope is that we can continue to find and build upon the credentials that current staff have to make that
across the district.
Right, because we do believe that's good for students.
Thank you for the initiative and for the work and for the questions. I just say on the, equal isn't equitable, and this copy exact, I don't think we need, as a matter of policy, to have everything that Live Oak has, Sobrato has, and vice versa. We have some programs, construction technology, for example, at Live Oak, that I don't think there's an analog at Sobrato, and that's okay. We are pretty flexible about if students have a particular need or interest at one school or the other of moving back and forth. And so I would never want us to hold back on offering something in one place because we don't have the capacity to offer it in both. We should be aware of those kinds of things, but not ever hold something back because we can't do it everywhere. It's just my personal perspective on that piece. But I wonder, I'm just a little fuzzy. So a given class, a given course, a given band, a given section, however you term it, will all the students be in the CTE flavor versus the traditional elective flavor? Or might you actually have students doing the same thing in the same place, one under A and one under B? I'm a little fuzzy on that.
I think it's more the second. Students would all be doing the same thing, but I think it would be kind of up to counseling as to what credits the kids are fulfilling through that course. But again, I think our band programs are very much involving that kind of industry experience and extending beyond the classroom already.
And I think recognizing the career path, aspect of music education, it's a tough path. having several family members have made their living similarly to you do. It's not an easy way to make a living, but it seems to be very fulfilling. So the coursework isn't necessarily going to change, at least in the near term, but it's just more flexibility both for the students as far as what box they're checking on fulfilling their requirements, and for the organization on which lines they're filling out on which forms to get the resources to do it. Mm-hmm. Is that a fair interpretation of what you're telling us?
I'd say so, yeah.
That's one of the nuances.
Yeah.
I recognize this is being recorded for posterity. I hope I haven't said anything inappropriate. Thank you.
Call.
Leadership component to it. It adds the career part of it to the class as well.
Absolutely.
That voice in the background was Principal Teresa Sage. Trustee Patterson?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question and then a comment. Who's going to write all these grant applications? Every time Mr. Chambers comes up here, we hear, I'm just doing a little bit more work on the side. Mr. Chambers, you're an extraordinary gift to the organization. I want to thank you. You can't write all these grants.
Yes.
So what support are we providing to our music program with grant writing? Dr. Garcia?
Well, I can maybe chime in.
Oh, good.
I know that the CTIG last year was actually contributed very much by Kayla Palia, who was one of our ag teachers. So I will be aiding because I'm the department chair there as well. But Deanna, I did submitted the grant and did all of that writing. So
Yeah, so I had great help.
Thank you. Thank you for the, thank you for that. And thank you, Dr. Jimenez.
We also have a grant writer on retainer, and so we'll make sure to ask for her help as well.
Awesome. Okay, so a couple comments. We opened Jackson Academy for Music and Math in 2012, and music has been growing, as many of us know, in this district enormously and wonderfully, largely in part to Mr. Chambers, but also in part to the staff at Jackson from 2012 on. When Mr. Horner first joined the board in 2016, he was bemoaning on a regular basis the absence of any choir classes or any choirs at all in our entire district. And that is also changing. Things are changing at a rapid rate, happily and extraordinarily so. Again, thanks to you, thanks to Dr. Zimmer and our other teachers around the district. I think we have new teachers at Britton and maybe Live Oak.
and Murphy.
And Murphy, Mr. Sheamus.
Sheamus.
And so, which leads me to, this is only going to get bigger. I think it would behoove us to pay attention to Central High School and any opportunity we have to build musical instruction at Central High School. And then you know that in a hot second, all the elementary schools are going to want more than what they currently have. I just want us to be aware of the absence of appropriate facilities for what is growing like a beast in this district. If you've stepped foot at the back of the Murphy what is that place called? The gym, right? And then there's this little backstage area at gym, which is now our musical, which is littered with instruments and cases. And so that's just a symptom of what's building. And so, once again, y'all, a facilities bond is going to be imperative because we're not going to stop the music train. No one's going to stop the music train. Am I right, Mr.
I
Chambers?
wanted to thank you for also mentioning Martin Murphy. I taught at Martin Murphy for 8 years. I've been 2 years now, permanent, like full-time at Sobrato, but yes, I taught in that space for a long time. It is a tiny little thing with a removable wall. But, Aaron Sheamus is doing amazing things with that program. And the enrollment, he has four band classes over the course of, and a music wheel. But he's doing amazing things, getting 80, 100 kids wanting to sign up for band each year. So, I agree with you, 100%.
And we barely have enough space or instructionally as well as certainly physically. I do want to just highlight Principal Teresa Sage. Without you, Principal Sage, this explosion would not have happened the way it has. So thank you so much for all of your hard work fitting in all of these classes and letting Mr. Chambers just blossom.
Thank you. Great. Any other comments, questions? Assistant Superintendent Jimenez, thank you for introducing this item. And Mr. Chambers, thank you for your presentation. Colleagues, do I have a motion to approve the new courses for Band 1, CTE, VPA, and Band 2, CTE, VPA?
So moved.
Thank you, Trustee Montes.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Patterson. Student Board Member Faruqi, how do you vote?
Aye.
Colleagues, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Next up, thank you so much.
Next up is the Budget Advisory Committee update. We have the, you're going to have them make comments first, right? Okay. Oh, they already. Okay. So before we have our update, Mr. Chen, we've got three individuals that are going to make a comment on this item. So we'll start off with Rosemary Thompson.
Evening, Board.
Good evening.
I've chosen to speak tonight regarding the pace at which the district is providing budget information to stakeholders of the Budget Committee and urge you to support full transparency of the information from the district. I realize I'm speaking as today as an angstful taxpayer, not an employee of the district and not as a member of MHFT. As a taxpayer, like all of you, we help to fund public education and our stakeholders who have a vested interest in what happens with the budget of the district. This also means that as taxpayers, we should feel confident that the accurate presentation of pertinent information is provided to inclusive groups such as the Budget Committee, so as to be effectively utilized in the budget decision-making process. This is the second of two times I've witnessed such a crisis with our budget, the first in the early 2000s, where drastic measures, including layoffs, had to happen. However, with every instance up till now, how the district has spent taxpayer dollars has been fully disclosed to the committee to ensure appropriate and substantive adjustments are made so as not to interfere with the equitable education of all students. There are two budget forum committees or meetings open to the public. I went to one of them and was awestruck at the fact that taxpayer dollars had been used to hire a consulting firm who condescendingly, in my opinion, explained how budgets become unbalanced and what it means to balance a budget. I am certain that all in that room at the time, including myself, have often had to scratch less important things off their lists in order to provide the necessities. As I've said, I've been in the district for a long time and long enough to have seen the other budget crisis. But even then, all the stakeholders were provided with the necessary information of where taxpayer money was going, so that this would lessen the impact and still allow for the equitable education of all of our students in Morgan Hill Unified. In closing, as some of you as stakeholders need to realize the optics of not providing that information and how that looks to other taxpayers, I implore you to show the info and do more than just present vague PowerPoints or slides presentations. And please truly engage in well-informed discussion so as to foster the best outcomes for all of our students. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Armando Benavides.
Well, I have been a member of the the Budget Advisory Committee, and I know that we have had discussions. The very first one was whether we needed to have a line-by-line budget financials, and there was no consensus about that. I'm not too sure why they keep bringing it up here, because we have been following a process already. We met about 4 or 5 times. And we have actually gotten a lot of financial data that I was not exposed to before. And I think it's very relevant, the data that we got. I'm not an accountant. They're not accountants. And they certainly would have no need for that BAC financial data line by line item. We're talking about $111 million of expenditures. And I just don't see that. So nobody has, I'm not a spokesperson for the BAC committee. I haven't been delegated to be a spokesperson to talk to you. Nobody has. Nobody has. So anybody that's up here, they're not talking for the committee, they're talking for their own perspective. Like I say, we have got enough data to really help us understand the budgets, the generalized costs. We don't need line-by-line item. Now, I have no problem if the teachers' union want the data. Okay, they're talking about district budget committee. That's different from the back. If they want to get that data, they say, oh, we've gotten it in the past. When, where, who, why? Why did you get that data? Okay, I've been following the district now for 20 years, and I haven't heard anybody come up and ask for the data. I don't know. I just don't know if that's, but I want to find out when, where, why. Why would somebody give you financial data of $111 million? That's really, when you're talking about a budget of a house, they're talking about, looking at 50, maybe 50 budget items. When you're looking at $111 million, you're looking at a tremendous amount of data. I don't think any of us at the back committee would have the time or the knowledge to look at the data professionally and draw some good conclusions for it. Now, again, I say that if the president or the Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers have a need for that kind of data, then, okay, that's fine. They should ask for it, whatever grounds it is, but it has nothing to do with the Budget Advisory Committee, because we're moving forward. And nobody here has been designated to speak for BAC to come before you and ask for the data. This is what they're doing on their own. And so, but like I said, if they have a need for it, independent of BAC, fine, ask for it, but don't link the BAC with some other, when they need it for something else.
All right, our next speaker is Sonia Bennett.
Good afternoon. A little bit of segue. Dr. Montez, Trustee Patterson, Mr. Escoto, Trustee Escoto, thank you for everything that you've done these past years. You have been respectful, fair, and professional. Your knowledge, experience, expertise will be missed. You have made me one of a very few number of parents that have come. Keep coming. You make me feel welcome. You make me feel heard. I appreciate all our dialogues. I appreciate everything you've done. And I look forward to seeing you outside of the board. On the budget advice, I didn't bring cake. I didn't bring cards, but I did bring chocolate so everybody can have some. Okay, I always speak for myself because I am a BAC member. My name is Sonia Bennett, also known as Sonia Chihuate. I'm a Live Oak alumni, parent of two. I love my children's school. I love everything Morgan Hill Unified School District. I'm going to read this to you. The role of the BAC is to develop an understanding of the district's budget, generate recommendations for the board and superintendent, recommendations to include expenditures decreases as well as revenue increases. Sorry to burst your bubble, Michael. But in order to generate recommendations for the board and superintendent, we have to develop an understanding of the district's budget. The BAC members have met a total of 6 times. There's been 2 community forums and 2 district roundtable meetings. We've learned about the district's budget and have a good understanding from a high-level perspective. Lists and lists of ideas have been generated, and the team is working together well. Costs have been identified to some of the line items, and there has been some good discussion in our last meeting with district experts. Thank you very much. We are, however, missing the details to the total expenditures, revenue metrics, to measure the program's impact to the students, teachers, and staff. Information that should be simple to provide has been hard to come by. Questions from the very first meetings have not been answered. And now we are only less than a month away from providing final suggestions for cuts to the board. When I say I, because I'm speaking for myself, I expected to be drowning in data to analyze. I am a data expert. You go on LinkedIn, I'm a guru of data. I expected and still expect benchmark data from other districts to show we are on the right track. I feel like we are tasked to make recommendations with having key pieces of the financials missing. I've been told that if I want more information, I should submit a California Public Records request. I ask the board, the team up here, does that sound right to you? Thank you.
All right. All right, moving along now, we're back to our Budget Advisory Committee update. And Assistant Superintendent Chang will introduce this item and present along with Michael Taylor from MGT.
Thank you, and good evening, President Escoto, and good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Dr. Garcia. As President Escoto has mentioned, I'm here with Mr. Michael Taylor from MTG to provide the board an update of the work that the BOC's been doing in terms of the work that started early August, where we're at now, and what to look forward until we meet again in December, where the recommendation will be brought to the board for the board's recommendation. With that, to get us started, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. President Escoto, and Trustee Montez and Trustee Patterson, thank you for your service to this institution that we call public education. And the best of luck to you as you move on. It's been a while since I've had the opportunity to address you. And the last time we talked was August 1st at the board retreat, where we talked about the district's challenges with their budget. And we appreciate the opportunity to have a conversation with you all about the district's budget and how you can manage it in a more effective way. What precipitated the conversation was a letter from the County Office of Education that is asking for a budget stabilization plan. And so when we met, you gave us some very specific guidance, and we'll go through that in just a minute. But again, as we look to the future, we also have to deal with the present, and the BOC has met quite a few times and has made significant progress, and we're going to share that with you in just a few minutes. So, next slide, please. Your guidance was very specific. You asked that the district come up with $6 million of reductions on the expenditure side. You also asked that the district's reserves remain at or be at least at 12% in the second out year of the multi-year projection. You also asked that the district establish a budget advisory committee to help come up with that $6 million of reductions. And so those reductions in the amount of $6 million, as I mentioned earlier, on the expenditure side. But you also asked, don't forget about the revenue side. If there are ways to increase the district's revenue, please also take a look at that. And so what you will see in subsequent slides is a combination of both expenditure reductions and also ideas on how to increase the district's revenue. So next slide, please. The Budget Advisory Committee, just to give you a sense as to what that committee's role and function is. The advisory committee serves in an advisory capacity to the superintendent and to the Board of Education. The role of the BOC is to get an understanding of the budget. And I will tell you, I work with budgets all the time. And it can be very complex. And so when we work with districts on budget stabilization, the first thing that we have to do is to make sure there's a common understanding of the budget. For example, what's unrestricted and restricted? What's the difference? Why is that important? What's an MYP? And why is that important? Why is it 3 years? So some very basic concept so that all of the members of the committee are on the same sheet of music. Because everyone's expertise or knowledge base will be different. Some of the members on the committee are very familiar with the budget. some are not. We have a parent. So getting a good understanding of the budget is very important. The committee also is asked to generate recommendations on expenditure reductions and also revenue increases. And so that is the role and the function of the Budget Advisory Committee. Next slide. Process. So we start out with, let's get an understanding of the budget. Did you know that 89% of the district's expenses go to salaries and benefits? Most people don't know that. That's very important as we move forward. So where's the rest going? That 14, 13, 11% goes towards material and supplies and operating expenses. School districts are a people-centric organization, and a majority of the district expenditures go towards salaries and benefits. So we try to get an understanding of the budget and also look at financial data. And we want to be very careful in that the data is understandable. Data left by itself and not truly explained does not become information. And so it's very important to explain the financial data, to explain revenues, to explain expenditures, the different expenditure categories. The BOC is asked to meet in smaller groups. We have got 12 members, and they come from all parts of the district, and we have one parent. And so, I'm sorry, we have two parents. Sorry. I'm sorry, yeah, that's right. And in those small groups, those groups are asked to come up with their ideas on how to reduce expenditures and also increase revenue. So currently, the BOC is reviewing ideas. We've made a lot of progress. I know there's been a demand for very detailed information. And so I think that's something that can be addressed later. But we've kept it at a very, at a generalized level so that people can understand, and then ultimately that you can understand when we bring the recommendations to you as to what that means and how those reductions will impact the schools or the district's mission as far as educating kids. Next slide. So this timeline, I know it's an eye chart, but the point here is we've had to add some additional meetings. The meeting on August 22nd had to be canceled, and so we essentially are making that up with the meeting that we had last week, and then we're adding 2 additional meetings as we get closer to that deadline. In that the district needs to provide a budget stabilization plan to the County Office of Education here in Santa Clara County. Next slide. So at this point, let me turn it over to Mr. Chang, who will talk to you about the input that we've received so far. We've gotten a lot of information and ideas from the BOC. We've gotten ideas from the different community forums that we've participated in. And then also there have been some roundtable discussions that have also generated some ideas. So with that, let me turn it over to Mr. Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. So as you can see here, the first source is the BOC. The BOC has already met 6 times this year. We still have 3 meetings left before we bring the recommendations to the board. We also have 2 community forums, one at Sobrato and one at Live Oak. The one at Sobrato was on October 3rd, and the one at Live Oak was October 10th. Additionally, we had 2 roundtable discussions, October 14th and 15th here in the boardroom at the district office. And continually, we're still collecting ideas electronically via an email account that we sent out, and we're still getting those on a daily basis. Next slide, please. So from all these sources, we were able to generate approximately 59 ideas to present to the BOC. And of that 59 ideas, we provided 22 cost estimate for all these items. And then we're planning on bringing more cost estimate at future BOC meetings. We won't go through all this, but I do want to point out some items that were discussed at last week's BOC meeting. The first one on this page is item number 2, which covers assistant principal position. Item number 3, Board of Trustees compensation and stipends. Item number 8, the consolidation of Los Paseos and Martin Murphy. Items 13 and 14 pertains to the TOSAs that our districts are currently have. Items 15 is the Admentum Cyber High. Next page, please. On this page, item number 17, the Face Center. And then item 24, which is the high school 7th period program. Next slide, please, Kelly. On this page, item number 34, which is the Beyond SST, item number 35, the iReady, item number 36, Literally, number 37, Advid, item number 40, the reduction of the reserve level from 12% to 10%, item number 43, reduce or eliminate the executive administration or admin positions. Next slide, please. So on this slide, I'll skip item number 49. I'll come back to that in a little bit. But item number 50, school counselors, academic. Item 51 are the special teachers or special classes at elementary schools. Item 53, special education, mental health, or also known as the ERMs. And then item number 59, the wellness program. Going back to, and I want to highlight 2 items on this page. One of them is item number 49. So this is the review of all the open positions that is currently in the adopted budget. In our review and analysis, we were able to identify approximately $465,000 of reduction that will be reducing from the budget that's going to be presented at the first interim in December. So right off the bat, we found $465,000 of savings, and these are just FTEs and positions that were carried over from just randomly from many years ago that we have not identified, but we're able to identify this time. The other piece was we did a deep dive into our special education program, and based on our analysis, we found about close to $1 million in savings. And so if you recall, in the current budget right now, we have a contribution from the unrestricted general fund to the restricted general fund for the special ed program, approximately 17.5. We're comfortable with dropping that to 16.5 when we present our first interim in December. So just want to highlight those 2 because those 2 goes into the impact of the whole $6 million reduction that the BOC has been directed to come up with. But those right off the bat will be identified savings that can go towards that. Next slide, please. So the BOC was also directed to also come up with revenue ideas. We were able to present 34 ideas from all the sources of feedback that we were able to collect. We didn't get a chance to have a deep discussion with the BOC, but we'll be providing some, to a certain extent, some numbers attached to some of these items in the near future, so we can present that and made available to the BOC. Next page, please. And then next one. So in terms of next steps, as I mentioned, we have 3 more BOC meetings. The next one's going to be this Thursday. That was an additional meeting that we set up to provide opportunities and accommodation to give more time to the BOC to do their work. And then on December 5th is when the BOC will be making the final decisions on the recommendation itself. And then on December 11th, that recommendation will be presented to the superintendent for discussion and consideration. And then on December 17th is when that recommendation will be brought to the board or the board's consideration. And next slide. And with that, we conclude our presentation, and we'll be happy to take any questions.
Vice President Altman.
I have so many. First, I'm going to start with a comment. I went to a roundtable, and I was really disappointed. It's like, what should we cut? And it's like, if I need to cut money in my budget, and I said, what should I cut? How would you know? And I felt people didn't have the background to make good, like, what should I am a little short. What should I cut? When you don't know what my priorities are, what I'm spending. And so it was like a shotgun of information gathered. I didn't see any focus, so I was disappointed in that. I'm curious, what special ed cuts have you identified specifically?
So in terms of special ed cut, it's really taking what is currently in the adopted budget and then looking at what is currently being spent and the balances that I can identify from now. So it's all across the board. It's certificated salaries, it's benefits associated with it, classified salaries. Since we did fill some position in certificated, we did have to increase line items for contract services. So for example, we had to hire contracted teachers. We may have to make that adjustment to increase the budget of 58. But in looking at all of the entirety of the special ed budget, there's various areas where we can identify savings, and that savings came out to about $1 million.
And so this month we were at 480,000 in contributions to SPED. Had those already been budgeted? I had asked for that total. I think it was like 480. And so was that already in the budget? I just, we're going to pay one way or another in SPED. So.
Well, the budget was developed with the total contribution for the whole year. We don't make those contributions during the year. We true up at the end of the year when we find out how much revenue we get and how much expenditure we spent.
Has the committee considered, for instance, with the 7th period and specials, partial adjusting it, not eliminating it, and pricing it out that way?
There has been some very thorough discussion about 7th period. Yes.
And then my final question, and then I'll stop for a while. Will staff, students, community have an opportunity to prioritize cuts once they've been identified?
I believe that's the task of the BOC. And so we provided that opportunity during the public forum and also the roundtables to get those inputs.
Were they given a list and said which ones? I mean, I saw the brainstorming to gather ideas, but once things are priced out, can people say, wow, that 7th period is the most important thing to me, cut transportation, or we really need our site TOSAs, so cut something else? That's what I didn't see that I was expecting to see.
So all the materials has been posted on our website in terms of what has been presented to the BOC. Not last week, but the one before that, we went through the discussion of going through all the positions in the districts, and we provided a summary of all the position, the total cost and average salaries for each position in the entire district. And so that information is available on our website. Additionally, at the last BOC meeting last week, we provided handouts that breaks down all the ideas that we have been able to generate and put together for the BOC consideration. And for 22 of those items, we provided cost estimates for it. So there are opportunities and there are information that we have provided to the community.
To actually set their own priority, not just to help brainstorm.
I don't think that's been part of the process.
Did you?
Oh, I thought you were gonna weigh in.
The priority, if I may just add, the prioritization, everything that you're describing, Vice President Altman, has been handed over to the BOC to do the prioritization and to make their official recommendations, yes.
Trustee Horner, you had your hand up first, and then Trustee Moore.
Thank you. Back to my understanding of the special education. I pulled back up the unaudited actuals from a few months ago. And part is we had gone in last year, the estimate was a 16.5 million, I'm just going to use round numbers, instead of $16.5 million contribution from the general fund to other funds, primarily special ed, and the actual came in at just under 15 million. So what I think I hear you saying is you expect that, still some growth this year, but we're not cutting back on special ed services, just the expected massive expense growth is only an expense growth, but you're kind of recognizing what's happening, and that's one of the ones where we have kind of an unlimited duty to serve, but a limited amount of funds based on the way the laws. We'll see what happens in DC next year as they talk about eliminating requirements. Maybe they'll take away IDEA. I don't think that's a good idea, but who knows what's going to happen. But I just want to clarify, my understanding of what I'm hearing isn't we're cutting special ed resources, but rather you're saying we're recognizing that it's not as expensive as we had feared a few months or a year ago. Is my understanding accurate, or am I misinterpreting what I'm seeing?
Yes, we're in a sense truing up the special ed budget and reconciling it. When you develop a budget, you identify every need, but as you go through the year, you can identify areas of savings. And so at this point, we're truing up where we think our budget's going to be to the best of our knowledge with the data that we have.
And some things are more predictable than others. Used to be energy costs were predictable, even that's not predictable, but you kind of know how many, tier 1 classroom teachers you have and what they're being paid, but some of these other things you don't know when you're going to get. Somebody moves into the community and we have to provide a $500,000 a year placement somewhere. So there's some things we can't control that we don't know, and some we do. But, and maybe you can answer this question now, is kind of, what the expectation of the County Office of Ed is in December for a budget stabilization plan. Again, looking at our ending fund balance of the unaudited actuals of $41 million. I keep hearing words, crisis, catastrophe. It's like, we have a problem. We don't have a crisis or catastrophe. I mean, we were at about a $6 million anticipated deficit this year. Now you say $1.5 million of that you've already resolved. So we're about a $4.5 million anticipated deficit. We can't deficit spend forever. But when we talk about stabilization plan to the county, does that, what does that mean? If we go in and say, okay, we're going to spend out of that 41 million, we're going to spend 3 or 4 million a year for a while until things change. What is the expectation? What does financial stabilization mean?
So financial stabilization, first factor is, when the county office reviews our budget, they're looking at that, the district will be able to meet their 30% requirement in the third year out.
So you said 3%?
3%.
3%, okay.
Yeah.
The legal requirement.
Yeah, in the legal requirement. Additionally, they consider deficit spending and how that's going to impact your budget in the future year. In terms of the plan that we're bringing, the recommendation that we're bringing forward in December, as long as the board takes some action, that we would be able to incorporate that plan into second interim. We've been in communication with the county office, and they understand that it's going to take some time to implement that, the plan, whatever the board will be voting on. And so as we're presenting our first interim in December, the same night we'll be presenting the recommendation for these reductions for the board to consider. That reduction can then be incorporated into our second interim report. By that time, we'll get some additional information in terms of the governor's budget proposal. But as long as there's an action that the board, or a plan that the board has approved, they'll factor that plan into the current year's budget if it impacts in current year's budget. But this plan is impacting next year's budget, and how that will look out in year 2, year 3, And even year 4, I mean, that's their oversight responsibility to ensure that, in not only 3 years, but if they see any issues or challenges that their district might be facing, they'll bring that up in their review letter when they send that us to the board.
And remind me when, I mean, we have some deadlines in the spring as far as there's any positions that are in danger of being eliminated. What's that deadline?
So the critical deadline is the March 15th deadline.
March 15th,
Yeah.
okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Horner. Trustee Montes?
Thank you, President Escoto. Assistant Superintendent Chang, we heard some comments tonight about information, and I wanted to hear from you as our Chief Financial Officer. What's happening?
So I think there's 2 different requests that's coming in right now. The items or the information that is for the BOC, where we've been providing information, those covers, kind of the broader one, the salaries, the positions, the programs that we have. The other piece that you've been hearing about is the line-by-line item. These are the meeting prior to the BOC being established. The districts had meetings with union leaders, and we went through some documents, and those meetings typically happen sometime in March. And so right now, we're really focused on getting a first interim done, and also, facilitating and helping the work at the block to bring up with the recommendation for the December meeting. And so, we're happy to sit down with the union and go line by line to help them understand, more specifically what the budget is. But in our research, those meetings do occur later than a year. And, we'll be happy to meet with them once we finish the first interim, once we present the recommendations to the board. And in January, February, we can sit down with them and go line by line. We'll be happy to do that.
Did you have a follow-up question to that, Trustee Montes?
So, yeah, I appreciate the insight that you're sharing. A few things, and I'm thinking out loud here. I'm looking at, so where do we go from here? And I've been, looking on our district website, following the decks of the BOC, looking at the notes. Some of the information that I saw on the deck, I know in the deck it talked about a worksheet. I didn't see that worksheet attached on the website. Maybe we can get that information there. That was in the last deck. But I want to speak to a few things. One, just to say that we as an organization have been presenting the budget as required by the law. I went back to our board policy 3100, which talks about the Budget Advisory Committee. And I was in the board subcommittee that talked about the desire to expand that to be more inclusive and include our family members, community members who are taxpayers, to take part in these conversations. That was important. And so in the spirit of our board policy 3100, I do believe that we are upholding ourselves to that. What I'm also hearing is a desire for accessibility. And so what I've done I'm going to share it now because I won't, and you all can do what you'd like, but I drafted a resolution, obviously not for consideration tonight because it's not on the agenda, but it's titled Enhancing Budget Accessibility. And so what I'm hearing from our community is how can we continue to support the accessibility of our budget for all of our partners in this work. And so, that's going to require effort. We obviously have this information that's in our, it's presented perhaps in a not very, it's a skill to navigate in terms of these SACS documents and navigating those. But what I'm hearing from our community is we need to increase the accessibility of it and support that effort. And that's certainly something that I personally support. And so what I've done is I drafted this resolution, and I want to thank Ms. Schrieffer for your support in getting this printed out. But essentially, what it is something for you all to consider so that we can work with our parents, family, staff, and community members to, one, identify, think about what are the ways in which we're currently presenting this information to our community and what are the misalignments, and establish a system so that this can be ongoing. It shouldn't just be about now. It should be, what is the system that we currently do not have in place that can enhance our budget accessibility for our community? And so this draft resolution would hopefully invite the organization to prioritize this effort so that we can have this publicly accessible in some sort of way. And so I'll end with that. But what I'm hearing is, how can we do more than what we're already doing? And I think we can all stand behind that.
Just a point of clarification. With regards to the presentation tonight, Mr. Chang, is there more of the presentation, or have you finished with your presentation?
Yes, we're
Okay,
done.
all right. So I don't know, Dr. Garcia, if you want to comment, or if we want to engage our colleagues in a conversation about this resolution. Or Trustee Patterson.
Let me see if I can summarize my thoughts here. I think what stands out to me first and foremost is that I was not expecting 59 line item suggestions for cuts. This is fantastic. So I was not expecting this level of detail, some with dollar figures, but not all, right? It's 59, I think. So I, first and foremost, thanks to the Budget Advisory Committee, as far as I can tell, you've done exactly what we asked. And so I appreciate that. Mr. Chang, do you have an idea of the dollar value of all 59 in your head? Like, is it $50 million if we did them all? Or, I mean, do you have anything like that going on in your brain?
So, yes,
Yeah.
just some context. The 22 items that we costed out came out to about, I think it was $16 million.
60, okay.
Yeah,
That's
so,
fine, that's
I mean,
cool. Yeah,
if we were
got it.
conservative, double that up.
Okay, so, and what I really like about the list is that the community forum that I went to, like, a lot of these things were there, but they were, like, people were just kind of like Nancy said about roundtable, like, people, there was great information and there was a ground laid at the community forum, but people were kind of all over the place with their comments. So the organization of this, I love the alphabetical order because it doesn't do anything but just list stuff, and then the occasional dollar figures. Super helpful. I'm actually quite impressed. So thanks to the work of the BOC. The spirit of our move toward the Budget Advisory Committee, as Yvonne just reiterated and explored with us, based on our board policy, is exactly what I recall. In the ad hoc committee, we sent you off to figure out what's the best way to move forward. I can totally support the idea that we finish up with the BOC and that the board hear these numbers, that we absolutely return to the practice of going line by. I was also a member of that budget committee in multiple spring times in a row, 3 or 4, where we went through the line items. Tedious for me as a parent, but I understood the value of it for many people around the table, and I think it really enhanced the visibility. I'm in full support of the resolution for the future, like something to build obviously, if we had I can't remember what you called it, tech-friendly, accessible budget building tool on our website, I would be advocating for a lot of other friendly tools we need on our website alongside a budget tool on our website. But I think that this is a priority given what we've heard. And then I think the last thing I would say is that the process that you just laid out with regards to the county, the process that you just laid out with regards to what's going to happen on December 17th, I hope there's not a board action expected on the 17th, because we will have 3 brand new members. Sarah's been here 2 months. So some kind of education, if there's an action to be taken on December 17th, I'm afraid that as a community member, I would be very concerned about the level of understanding preparedness of our brand new board members. There's not a lot that can be done about that. So I'm hoping that if there's an action for the 17th meeting, and if we have a new president, which we probably will, and it could be Nancy Altman, she will be on top of this, no doubt, but it's going to be a lift.
Thank you, Trustee Patterson. Vice President Holman.
One question for Assistant Superintendent Chang, and then one for Trustee Rosales Montez. So if the plan's 6 million, what was it, 2.4 million, and then $6 million cuts in the 3 years out, would that put us at a balanced budget, or are we still looking at deficit? Do you know that offhand?
Off the top of my head, I believe the third reduction, so 6 for next year, 2.5 for the year after, and 6, that would essentially balance our budget and eliminate essentially all of the deficit, structural deficit that we have currently.
So I would have to get reelected to see that. Dr. Rosales Montez, have you seen such a tool?
So the inspiration for this document is, I like to, I'm pretty tech savvy, so whenever I'm analyzing the budgets, I certainly rely on technology to synthesize information further. But I do think that we can, the way that this is designed is, one, to better understand the accessibility needs of our community, right? So I outline parents, staff, our staff is telling us what is needed, but I'm thinking about more broadly, right? I'm thinking about, Trustee Altman, Vice President Altman, no, I have not, but that doesn't mean it shouldn't exist. And it's important. I'm thinking of the LCAP because when we talk about line items, we have categories in our LCAP. It takes me about 2 days to go through the LCAP. Whenever I'm preparing for this meeting on the LCAP, 2 days, I'm cross-referencing what was said in the document to what is outlined in the appendices, and making sure I'm looking at what's repeated, what's not repeated. It's a lift, right? So how might we organize this information in a way where it could be perhaps a little more streamlined and not just use the templates that we have for compliance?
Any other comments, questions? Here, okay.
What is going to happen on the 17th? Is there an action for the board?
Yes, there is.
Yeah, we plan to have a pretty thorough onboarding for new trustees, yeah.
Before the 17th?
Yes. Beginning tomorrow and Friday. And then in December.
With Sarah too?
Sarah, with Sarah, it'll be, you can join us.
Your mic's off.
Your mic's on.
Sarah will be attending the new trustee orientation at CSBA, as will the other trustees, the other new trustees.
Right. Okay. We done? All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chang.
Student board member.
And, oops, we have one more question.
I guess I didn't catch it if you mentioned this or not, but have you guys already thought about most likely your priorities when it comes to cutting out certain programs?
Yes, that will be the next steps of the BOC. Right now, they're just reviewing costs, and so at the next meeting, then they'll be looking at priorities.
Okay. Yeah, I guess because I was worried about it in like a student perspective, because obviously all of these items would affect student life. And so I was thinking about like the values. So like, I guess what personally students would care about and what they wouldn't. Obviously some of these programs affect certain types of students or demographics, and then some are like the overall student body. I guess when it comes to the 17th, that's when we'll kind of discuss what's what.
Thank you, Mr. Chang, and also thank you, Mr. Taylor. All right, moving on. We've got, next item is K3, select candidates for the 2024 county committee elections. The board will discuss and vote on at-large candidates. Superintendent Garcia?
Before the board, your option is one candidate, Albert Gonzalez. He is the only candidate who is vying for the position of at-large. So I would ask the board to make its selection if you agree, and to act on that through an actual motion.
Superintendent, can you say a little bit more about the county committee?
We'll have Kelly put it up on the screen. So we have 11 elected members, and the 11 members are in regions, with the exception of at-large, that are aligned to the county supervisor areas. They are elected to 4-year terms, and they must live within their respective communities. What Kelly's also projecting are the current members. So you, and by supervisorial district, know when their term ends. And you will notice that on the ballot that we attached to the agenda, District 4, there are 2 positions. Ed is currently a member of the county election, of the county committee.
And for the at-large position, there's only one candidate, right?
There's only one candidate,
All right.
yes.
All right. So
And he's currently the CSBA president.
Trustee Horn.
Yeah, thank you. As I understand this item, there's District 4 we have to vote on as well as the at-large, or we don't vote on District 4 even though it's on the ballot because we're not in District 4?
We're in Sylvia Arenas' district, yes, so we're not in District 4.
Okay, yeah, very good. So I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, though, it's interesting, Albert is now about to be a Santa Clara City Council member, but that does not bring on this particular committee. As I understand this committee, I mean, it meets occasionally throughout the year. The main issues are school district boundaries. If ever there were to be school districts that decided to realign their boundaries, which hasn't been done in a long time, but there are situations that should be looked at in the county, but it's a political hot button. So they would, in theory, be the ones to look at that. But more commonly is somebody that lives on a boundary that wants to go to a different school. They go to the local districts, and then it goes to this committee. So, I mean, I think there's a handful of year throughout the whole county that actually go to that committee. And also, I think these are the ones that would weigh in on, like, we happen to be a 7-person board because at some point this district was unified from 2 or more other districts. That's the only way you get to be a 7-person board. There could be a choice someday to say, well, maybe you want to go to 5, right? So that would be the committee that would go to. And I think also every 10 years when the maps are reviewed for trustee areas, this committee is a kind of a quasi-judicial committee that works on that. So they're just for folks that are new to this, maybe we'll have to repeat this, we're about to have 3 new members, but it took me years to figure out what does this county committee on organization do? And that's my best understanding. If I've gotten something wrong, perhaps my senior colleague or others can correct me. Thank you.
All right, candidates, excuse me. Yeah, candidates on the mind. Colleagues, do I have a motion to approve the at-large candidate, Albert Gonzalez?
I move that, I move that we approve the candidate, Albert Gonzalez. See?
Albert.
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Altman and Trustee Montes. Board Member Faruqi, how do you vote? Aye. Colleagues, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Next item is declaring December 17th, 2024 as the annual organizational meeting of the governing board.
In accordance with Education Code 35143, each governing district must designate when its annual organization meeting will take place. For us, it will be December 17th, 2024. It's when the new trustees will be sworn in. This is not for action, just for information that December 17th will be our annual organizational meeting.
So just for clarification, by the way, although this is the last board meeting for myself and Trustee Montes and Trustee Patterson, we're officially still trustees until
December 12th.
December 12th. All right. All right, next item is future.
You've got 2
Yes,
hands here.
I'm sorry.
Actually, Trustee Altman or Vice President Altman.
Go ahead first. Go
Okay.
ahead, Jim.
Yeah, so related to this, could be this or new items. I'd like to suggest we consider a special meeting before the 17th, just for one single purpose, for the swearing in of the new trustees. This is something some cities and other school districts do. I've never seen this district do it, but given the work and effort, our 3 new colleagues have put into running and getting elected. Often people like to bring friends, family, whatever, to celebrate that moment. I know it's quite, having been through the experience, it's quite jarring to come in. Great, it's a party now, closed session. Let's talk about things you can't tell anybody. But it's quite a. So I mentioned this to Dr. Garcia earlier today, just as an idea. I don't know if it's something we can do. I don't know if the 3 new trustees would be available, but I'd like us to consider maybe having on the 16th, the day before, a 1-hour special meeting with the only agenda item being swearing in and welcoming the newly elected trustees, and then the next day come back and get to work. I don't know if that's feasible. I don't know if that's desirable. Either be this agenda item 4 or new business is what I'm bringing it up under. So that's the idea for discussion, just as a way to provide some moment for ceremony and celebration before getting right to work for these 3 new folks. So I don't know how others feel about that.
Well,
Please discuss.
Well, let's find out. Colleagues, comments, questions regarding Trustee Horner's proposal. Vice President Altman.
I like the idea. I'm also wondering, when do we have to submit the budget stabilization proposal to the county?
We would need to present it with first interim, which will be December 17th.
I'm really concerned about what that meeting's going to look like if we can't break it up somehow, even if it's taking that half hour of swearing in to help so that we can really dive in on the 17th. Unless we have a special board meeting on the 12th, while that you guys are still on the board.
Other comments?
If I may, on that topic, I mean, yeah, so that's why I had the question to Assistant Superintendent before about what exactly does the county expect? I don't think, so I don't know that there's an expectation of a complete line item plan for the budget for the next 3 years. This next fiscal year's budget hasn't been developed yet, and it will be passed by a majority of 7 people, 3 of whom aren't here, right? So we can't do that level of work on next year's budget on the 17th. We couldn't do it on the 19th or the 20th or on Christmas Eve. It's not possible to do that job justice in the month of December. So I don't know how much detail the county needs. Is it a full detailed budget for the next 3 years? I don't see how. Or is it here's where we're at and the steps taken and the steps being taken? So maybe we're going back to the previous agenda item, but I don't see how with 3 new people on the 17th, that level of detail is in any way possible, even if we stay till dawn. So.
Any other comments?
If I just may add, we are, the pandemic that all districts, 1,100 districts in the county, in the state have to. So don't think of the budget stabilization plan. I think what Assistant Superintendent, how he described it is spot on. It's not this mini LCAP for a budget stabilization plan. It does not need to have that much detail. Yeah.
So help us understand the task.
So on December 17th.
You're not live.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, so on December 17th, and we're still working out the details, but the board will be presented maybe a few options to get to the 6 million level. And based on those options, it will list number of positions, not positions, but FTEs, classification. And there'll be a list that totals up to whatever amount the board approves. That list will be sent over to the county in conjunction with our first interim. They will take that list and factor those reductions in, because those reductions will be included until next year's school budget. And so once they factor that in, then they'll see where we stand, not only for next year, but the 2 years out. And so based on those documents, they will consider everything that the board has taken action on and include that in their analysis to be able to determine if there's additional reduction that districts need, or if we're in line in terms of closing our structural deficit. But at the same time, remember, January is going to be right around the corner. They'll be using those information to factor into their analysis as well. So there's different components when the county office is conducting the fiscal oversight. It's not just our first interim and the plan that the board is being asked to adopt. There's other factors at the state level. So for example, we're being cautiously optimistic, the state revenue is tracking a little bit better than has been projected. So they'll consider that as well. But again, next year's budget, it has to go through a process. The budget proposal is the only first step, and then comes the May revise. And then, by June 15th is when the state has to approve their budget on their end. But for second interim purpose, for this purpose, they'll be using our first interim and whatever the plan the board adopt in December. I'll stop there.
And will you be giving us a new multi-year projection?
Yes.
Okay. That'll be
Yes.
perfect. Thank you.
Yes.
Other comments, questions? Trustee Patterson.
I guess I'm wondering, Mr. Ching, first of all, does everyone realize how fortunate we are to have Mr. Ching, who came from the Santa Clara County office?
Oh, yeah.
I think you've probably reviewed these from other districts over the years. And that's whatever you've done, it's fantastic, and I'm really glad you're here. Question, how binding, so this thing on the 7th, this plan on the 17th, how detailed and binding is it? Is it, right? Because that's going to determine the level of work that these new trustees need to do.
It's detailed and binding in the matter that the board has taken an official action to approve these reductions. And that will be officially be included in our second interim report. And so based on that action, the board has given the administration the permission to revise our budget based on whatever is adopted on the 17th.
So could it be something as simple as a couple sentences that say, we're going to cut 6.6 million, and we're going to find revenues of 1.5 for a total of yada yada, and it's going to be in approximately these line items?
In terms of FTEs and position, we can be a little broad, but it does have to identify the FTEs and the total cost, because they're going to have to cross-check that with some additional information that they'll be requesting from us.
FTEs and total cost, but not specific positions. Is that correct?
We can do that, yeah. It doesn't have to be, well, we have to be specific in terms of the board's action, because that's going to be the official document that the administration will be using to revise our budget, and then for the county office to be using to cross-check what has been revised in our budget for the next year.
But again, 10 FTEs, total of X million dollars.
Yes.
No definition of what those job positions are. We could submit that as a plan, is that correct?
We can submit that as a plan, but on our end, we need to be detailed.
Right.
Yeah, right.
But maybe not on the 17th, Mr. Chang, right? Exactly. The board can further fill in the details later in December and January, correct? Before, for the next deadline.
Yeah, but it should list, it should list the position or FTEs that the board has approved to reduce. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Vaguely,
I
though.
mean, yeah, we
It
don't
could
have
be
to
listed
list.
vaguely.
You don't, yes. Just as long as it totals up to whatever the amount that will keep the districts in good financial condition, they'll take that into consideration.
Look, I'm willing to give up my stipend, guys.
Trustee Montes?
Yes, and, I mean, look, there's a case for and against every item of those 59 items, right? I think Trustee Allman, what you talked about is like, how do we really speak to the spirit of these items? Student Board Member Faruqi, you talked about centering the impact of the students. And what about student voice in this process, right? And that's tremendously important. And so when I think about where we're at now, what we got to do, and I certainly feel the crunch in that, and how do we stay true to elevate student voice in this process? That's something that I'm grappling with, right? And I think that's important, right? These are our young people who are experiencing these realities. And so as I'm looking at where we're at, I really would have hoped that we were further along in this process. And personally, that's what I was expecting tonight, to have a grounding in terms of where we're at. It would have been great to have a specific budget, cost analysis of these items. I know I saw some of that in the PowerPoint presentations that were for the BOC. That wasn't included tonight. But I'm feeling this sense that I want to invite our colleagues who are still going to move forward is how within this process we can center student voice.
I wanted to add, and I was going to talk to Student Board Member Faruqi and alternate Student Board Member Chong. Vicky, wave your hand. I'm going to follow up with them and brainstorm ways where we can bring these ideas to the students and elicit feedback. And so we'll follow up on that. And I'm thinking early December where we can have those mini forums.
Vice President.
And if I may also add, the work of the BOC has been exclusively facilitated by Assistant Superintendent Chang and Michael Taylor. During this last BOC meeting, as Assistant Superintendent Chang mentioned, we had ESD present some data and and some thought and some analysis for how, for the impact of each of the 59 items. You didn't go through all 59, you went through many of them. But absolutely what's missing is student voice, and so I'll work with the student board members to highlight that.
Student board member Faruqi, I really value your perspective and your contributions to our discussions, and I know that you'll be instrumental in helping us identify the ways in which we can center student voice in this process. So I just appreciate you both for being here tonight, and helping us really do our due diligence on this item.
Yeah, I wanted to add, I guess, an idea to help bring student voice. I know counselors did this before when like kind of asking about it, but you can kind of like, I guess, delegate it to, I guess, in the high school level. I don't really remember if middle schoolers have counselors. I don't think they do. They do? Okay. Then you can do it at the middle school level as well. But you can kind of delegate it to the counselors to kind of look for certain demographics of students, like different pairs, like, hey, this student's a really good student, or hey, this student doesn't do that well, or like different pairs of demographics, like, hey, this is a really good student who's part of this ethnicity, and like so on and so forth, and kind of give that task out to the counselors to identify those kind of students, like a sample of the population, and kind of just survey them or ask them a few questions like, hey, what do you think about this? How much do you value this certain thing? Like, for example, I saw 7th period on there. And so you can ask students, hey, how do you feel about 7th period? Is it worth keeping? Is it like, how do you feel about it? Stuff like that. And I guess with the special education program, I feel like it's more on the parents. Like how much, I believe they spend a lot of money on it already. And so I guess it's a bit harder to kind of delve into that one, because you can only see it from a limited perspective. You don't really get a very thorough perspective when it comes to the students in the program. And then I don't really remember the other items, but yeah, I think just taking samples.
Any other comments? Oh, Vice President Allman.
I'm wondering that if we get something on the 17th, what if we disagree with it? I'm wondering if we might need a special board meeting before we have to make the final decision.
I don't think that we have the need.
Excuse me, before we go on, I'm looking at the time, it's 10:18. Can I get a motion to extend the meeting?
I move, if necessary, we extend the meeting till 10:45. I'm optimistic.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Vice President Altman and Trustee Horner. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. Sounds good. You were saying? Or were you saying? One of you were saying something.
She was saying.
All right.
I'm optimistic that there will not be a need for a special board meeting, and the current board direction is $6 million in cuts, and as well as revenue increases in the 12%. One of the recommendations that's listed, you all saw, is to perhaps lower that from 12 to 10%. The new board might want to do that, and if that's the case, then they can certainly amend that on the 17th. And so I'm optimistic with the onboarding of the new trustees, the unpacking of the budget. I think the new trustee orientation does a really good job of explaining the budget to a certain extent to new trustees. I think we'll be okay on the 17th, absolutely.
Yes.
So yeah, I was wondering, like, on the 17th, what is it going to be like? Like, are we just seeing the monetary value and that's it? Or will we be able to see the different perspectives as to what this recommendation entails?
So on the 17th, the BOC will be presenting its official recommendations, and it's up to the board to amend if they so choose to amend the recommendations, lower the threshold, like I said earlier. But what we are hoping to do prior to the 17th is to provide the BOC the value for each of those items that is inclusive of student voice, because right now what they're hearing from is from educational services and a handful of, employees that are sitting in the BOC assuming that kids are, thinking one way or valuing one way. And so I think it's important to balance, to bring in student voice to what the BOC is saying. And with that, the BOC will be making their official recommendations.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and then I guess I wanted to add on to that. So does it have to be unanimous agreement? Like everybody has to, or is it like a certain amount of members to approve it?
Of the board.
Of the board, 4.
Okay. And then is it that they have to approve the whole thing, or can we do it in parts where like we approve of this cut, whatever, but we don't like this one?
They can absolutely do that.
Okay.
Yes, they are recommendations. The BOC is providing recommendations to myself and to the board.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you have something? I thought you had something. Trustee Horner.
Yeah, in some ways, we're having a preview of the meeting to happen in December. I'll just say on this topic all along, I've been the one pushing back on the crisis narrative and the cut deep, cut hard, cut fast, and saying this is about people, not just about money. I'll remind us, we have $40 million in reserves. Right now, I've heard we're expecting roughly a steady as she goes $4.5 million deficit spend this year, reinterpreting what, and that's, so we do need to do things, but it's a crisis, it's a disaster, that is not the situation. This is going to be an ongoing conversation. There will be some decisions made on the 17th. The budget for the next year is not set in stone on the 17th. The big date is in March, when you start telling people your job might be gone. So this is going to be, as it always is, the budget process is a rolling, ongoing process. So the 17th is important, but it's not the end of the road for these conversations. We don't know what the state's going to do in January. There's a lot of things we don't know. So there are things we're doing and moving forward, and this is always hard, and it's always complicated, but we always have to center on, we're talking about people, the people that work here, and people, the students they serve. And again, I'll say we're really fortunate we have such strong reserves. We can't whittle them all away in one year, but also I will never sit here and say, the reserves are the most important thing, cut. And this is a problem. It is not a crisis.
President Escoto, last comment.
Please.
As I'm thinking about that meeting for our future colleague, or the future iteration of this board, my recommendation would be that in addition to the line item and the fiscal impact, that there be a narrative impact of this investment. So we're obviously having this investment in our organization for a purpose. What has been the impact of that investment? I think that'll be critical information. What I've seen is just topic money. And what is critical as this deliberation takes place is what was the intended impact? What is actually happening in that? We get some of that in our LCAP because we have the measure of goals there, but maybe in whatever tool or whatever fashion this is presented to us, that be included so that we can also center the impact, not just the numbers.
I think it was Trustee Patterson recently, a previous board meeting, said that we cannot forget that our real number one priority is closing this academic achievement gap. And so, to your point, Trustee Montes, really looking and quantifying what these ultimate decisions are going to be made based on what we articulated in the LCAP and what we were going to do and how are we going to do it and whether or not it's effective. And I think all indication is that it is. But I think we do need to some degree, and I'll just use the term demystify, what are those critical components that are just essential that we not compromise. So All right, so we still have a decision about whether or not, I think somebody suggested possibly having a meeting on the 16th to do a ceremonial, for lack of a better term, event from the standpoint of having that day specially special for the new board members to be sworn in and have an opportunity for their families and friends to be present. So thoughts about that? I'm perfect. I'm willing to give up that, not give up, but certainly be available on the 16th for that to happen.
If it's ceremonial, is it just a new, yeah, I mean, doodle poll them and see if they're available.
Yeah.
If they're available, we'll do it on the 16th.
Yeah, I mean, if they're the ones who.
Trustee Patterson, did you want to weigh in on that?
Do they have access to a board packet if they don't get sworn in until the 17th? Oh, so everything that will be discussed around budget will be available to them through the public portal. I think it's a great idea.
Okay. Anyone else want to weigh in?
I'll show up.
They'll show up, all right.
Just a question on that. So there's an administrative part, which is different from the swearing in, getting your email address, signing papers. When does all that happen for the new folks?
That's going to be part of the onboarding.
And when? What day? Sorry?
Tomorrow.
Okay, all right, I didn't know. You probably said it and I didn't remember. Yeah, so the administrative part of getting people set up, their email addresses, all the paperwork, documents, here's where you look at board policies, that will be done. Hopefully, I hope all three are able to go to the new trustee training at the California School Board Association, AAC, so that'll be the 4th or the 5th. So, yeah, so sounds like, I guess so it sounds like staff will check with these three folks and see if they can come for a one-topic board meeting, special board meeting on the 16th, swearing in and welcoming of new trustees, so that on the 17th, everybody can come and just get to work.
Got it.
We good with that?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You really okay with that? All right, sounds like a plan. We're still on future agenda items. Anything else that we want to add to that? Vice President Ullman.
Two things. Thing one is it's not an agenda item, but we need an update on the data snapshot that's overdue. So if that could please come out definitely in December. And I would like to put on a future agenda discussing a budget committee and if there's going to be a more of a public available one, I think it's too late to discuss a budget committee for the bargaining units at this point to get that on agenda. So just what are we going to do if we can come up with a tool like Trustee Rosales Montez recommends, and since he'll have all this free time, he can develop it for us, and we'll name it after you. But I definitely think we need to clarify what's what.
Okay, you got that?
Clarify what's what.
All right, verify what's what. Any other future agenda items? For those of you who will remain?
Protocol or majority for request. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Okay,
So we should vote on Nancy's suggestion.
okay, you want to repeat your motion?
Agenda item.
Request.
It's a request. So if.
But you're asking for a vote?
For which one?
Yeah, yeah. So,
May I
Oh,
clarify
I'm sorry.
before
I'm
calling?
sorry. It's late. What I just realized is our board agreement.
Yes.
Where we have at least 4 board members who would agree to
For
take
which
someone's
one?
suggestion.
May I ask a clear, so Assistant, if I can just, there were a lot of misstatements and flat out lies that were said during public comment in other reports. I want to make it crystal clear that the budget committee meetings that went line by line have continued under my tenure and have occurred in the spring. The request from MHFT and MESIA is to do a line by line. That request has not been denied. What Assistant Superintendent Chang has said, and he has included that in his presentation, is that right now the focus is on completing the first interim. Things will change once the first interim is completed with the addition of the $1.5 million worth of reductions that will be built into the first interim. And separate to that, the governor will be releasing his budget in January. And so what Assistant Superintendent Colbert Chang has explained to both MHFT and MESIA indirectly now is that the meeting will be taking place in the new year. So I don't know what the actual ask is. Like, are we continuing to meet and doing line by line? We have not said no.
I think we should, as a board, discuss how to increase budget transparency and budget accessibility.
Aye. There's one. Nancy's two.
I drafted a resolution on budget accessibility, so I'm in support.
I'll be forced to have a discussion of how we do that. How that discussion is going to wind up is a whole nother thing. But yeah, certainly coming back and having a discussion as a board of, what does budget transparency mean? What are our past practices? How does that get codified? How do we maybe want to change it? Is there some magical tool that Dr. Rosales Montes is going to come down from a mountain with? I love his idea. I think the implementation is unbelievably difficult. I know for a while we had an LCAP that actually did our whole budget, and then we were told by the county and state, no, the LCAP only does the special funds, not the so we actually had one version of that we got a Golden Bell Award 4 years ago, and then we're told it was all wrong. So the desire for transparency and communication, I wholly concur with. These things are hard to understand, and then we have a state and county set of rules that gives the people that do this work ulcers. So, but I agree with coming back and having a further discussion on what does that look like is a worthwhile thing to do. So you have plenty of votes to agendize that later. And we have 11 minutes.
We've got 11 minutes, and Trustee Northrup Gaddis, you wanted to weigh in on it? Yeah.
I was just, I had heard about something called participatory budgeting. I don't know if you guys have discussed that yet, no? So it might be something that we want to look into.
Okay, got it. Sounds good. Well,
Maybe
we've got our
we'll
4
find an
votes.
AEC conference about it.
All right, so that'll be added to future agenda items. All right, the last thing is a motion.
Nancy, did you have a second thing you wanted to add too?
It was the data,
Well,
updating
That's an existing.
That's existing, yeah, we'll follow.
All right, moving along. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
No, I would like to move, we approve the recommendation for readmission of students R24/25-003.
I second that motion.
Thank you, trustees. And I don't think our
this is where
student
you-
board member reports on
Correct.
this one. Is that correct? All right, so colleagues, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Motion carries.
Should let the student board
All right,
adjourn.
now,
Want to
can I get a,
So moved to adjourn.
thank you, thank you.
Second.
Great, thank you. All those in favor?
Any nays can stay.
Yeah, the nays can stay. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, let's go home.